leading Georgia Tech 23-7 in the fourth quarter, and Carolina's just scored again. Number 8 Clemson's lead cut to 2, 30-28. Clemson up, a minute 20 to play in the third quarter. Would you like to be able to listen to the Crimson Tide Sports Network while synced up to your TV in the comfort of your own home? Go to syncmygame.com. Find out how. That is syncmygame.com. I'm Brian Houseworth, live in studio. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Saturdays are made for football, and when the game is on, we're finally off. Off duty, offline, out of office. A cracked Coors Light is our do not disturb message to the world. On game day, we don't think about the 9 to 5, but worry about the 4th and 1. So this Saturday, grab a Coors Light, press play on some pigskin, and pause on everything else. Coors Light, mountain cold refreshment, made to chill. Proud partner of Crimson Tide Sports Network. 2021 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Celebrate responsibly.
We've all been caught up in the little chores that pile up every day. The dishes in the sink, the trash that needs taking out, the pesky check engine light. Isn't it time to make a change and escape to a whole new world of possibilities? Where there's dinner without dishes, nights filled with adventure, and every day you feel like a winner. A little change can go a long way when you escape every day at Wind Creek Casino and WindCreekCasino.com.
The Milwaukee Red Lithium USB Stick Light will help flip how you light up your workspace. Featuring 550 lumens of TrueView high-definition output, 4 lighting modes, and 220 degrees of vertical light head rotation, it's available at Napa with charging dock included for $159. And don't forget to get your 2022 University Alabama football schedule magnet at participating stores, free with any purchase. Shining a light on the tools you need. Napa helps you get up and go. At participating Napa Auto Parts stores and NapaOnline.com while supplies last. Offer ends 12/31/22.
Don't let a bulky glass bottle hold you back from celebrating the Crimson Tide's roll toward another championship season. For the first time ever, the Go Anywhere, Do Anything premium wine, Copa di Vino, and new proud sponsor of Alabama Athletics, is available at Bryant-Denny Stadium as well as a retailer near you. Copa is the unbreakable single cup of wine, and its spill-resistant resealable top is perfect for your watch party, tailgate, backyard barbecue, or away game road trips, no matter how wild. With 7 different wines to choose from, there's a Copa di Vino just for you and all of your rowdy friends.
Touchdown, Alabama! This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
The United States Deputy Sheriff's Association is a national nonprofit and the largest non-governmental provider of services to law enforcement. The USDSA assists city, county, state, and federal agencies with free safety equipment donations and officer survival training, along with cash donations to families of law enforcement officers who perish in the line of duty, college scholarships for the children of law enforcement, a citizen awareness program, and more. For more information on the USDSA and how you can help, visit usdeputy.org.
You're never completely ready to adopt a teen.
For late nights writing English papers.
For your teen's music taste.
For dinners, where they talk more on their phone than with you.
For the first time, they call you mom.
You're never completely ready to adopt a teen, and you can't imagine the reward.
To learn more about adopting a teen, visit adoptuskids.org.
Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Exclusive coverage of Alabama football game day continues on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. This is the Everwood Countdown to Kickoff. Everwood Treatment Company, the official treated lumber of Alabama athletics. Also brought to you by Barkley GMC, Tuscaloosa's leader. Barkley makes it easy. Chick-fil-A. All Chick-fil-A locations in Alabama proudly support the Crimson Tide. And by Ford. For great offers on F-150, see your local Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide.
Welcome to Bryant-Denny Stadium, Tuscaloosa, Alabama. An overcast day. Getting cloudier. Expected to be rainy by the end of the day, but hopefully one that ends with a victory for the Alabama Crimson Tide in the annual matchup with the Auburn Tigers. This is the Everwood Countdown to Kickoff, brought to you by Everwood Treatment Company, the official treated lumber of Alabama athletics. Everwood, wood treated right. John Parker Wilson joins me in the booth. I'm Chris Stewart, filling in, of course, for the voice of the Crimson Tide, Eli Gold. It is distinctly an honor to welcome in Mr. Gold, to our broadcast. Eli, fantastic to have you with us. The only way it'd be better is if I was talking to you from 2 feet away here in person, buddy.
I hear you. Great to hear your voice and everybody, and so thrilled to be part of the broadcast. You know, I haven't really mentioned this much, but today was one of my goals. I really wanted to be able to get back on the air to do the Iron Bowl and then look ahead towards later this season and next year. It just didn't work out. And, Chris, you do enough play-by-play to know that stamina is so much a part of what we do. It's not just sitting down and talking for 4 or 5 or 6 hours. You've got to have the air to do that. You've got to be ready to do that. And I just didn't think I was ready, and I didn't want to come on the air and have to leave midway through the game or what have you. So I decided to call in and listen in and then look ahead towards the A-Day game, which will now be my next scheduled appearance.
Well, we look forward to that date. I certainly understand everything you're talking about, as you know, because it was 3 years ago today that I spent my last full day of hospitalization from my illness. And in fact, you know, we've had this conversation where I had a chance to visit you one day, literally doors down from where I set up shop for about 3 weeks myself. So can certainly relate. I do want you to update everybody as best you can. I don't want to get into your business, but if you would share to our listeners how you're doing and the progress that has been made.
Things are coming along nicely. Thank you for asking. I am still recovering from the inability to walk the way I want to. I have lost that ability, but it's now coming back. I'm walking with and at times without a walker, and that's certainly encouraging to me. And I'm looking forward to getting back into the swing of things. You know, the bottom line is, at the age of 68, which is not old by any stretch of the imagination, but, you know, to relearn how to walk at that stage is kind of difficult. It's different, something you hadn't bargained for. So all in all, I'm coming along, making progress, and, you know, the university has been wonderfully supportive. Learfield has been wonderfully supportive. I couldn't ask for more, so I'm just happy to be doing my job. And but you're right, I miss seeing the fans every Saturday, if not every Thursday and Wednesday and what have you. I miss a lot of the side stuff, the talk shows, things of that nature. It is what it is. You just can't make it up, but you try your best, and next thing you know, you're on the air again.
Well, hey, Eli, this is John Parker, and it sure is good to hear that you're doing better, and we do miss you up here so much, and just not the same without you. But I got to ask, we got the 87th Iron Bowl coming up here. You were part of a lot of these. Do you have a favorite Iron Bowl memory that sticks out to you in the many times that you were able to call this game? It seems like it comes down to the last few plays almost every time we play, but you've got to have at least a couple good memories of this Iron Bowl matchups between Alabama and Auburn.
Well, obviously one is the Tiffin kick, although I didn't do that broadcast. That was Doug Layton and John Thorney. It's good, and so on and so forth. That was I think Paul Kennedy. I think I said Thorney. It was Paul Kennedy who did that game. But, from those that I have done, there have been so many. To come up with any one would be almost impossible. We've seen Tiffin aplenty, which also, plays into there. The very, very first time I did the game at Auburn, and the first time I did the game in Tuscaloosa. Those were, that really was, those were special games. So to say that there is one in particular, maybe Upchurch when he scored and gave Alabama a win and went on to continue to to Roll Tide. So there are a lot of positives from that, no doubt about it.
Eli, we love you. It's great to hear your voice. We look forward to hearing it in person very soon. And we appreciate you taking some time and allowing the Alabama fans to hear you, because it's something they've wanted to do for a long, long time. We wish you the best as you continue to get stronger, get better, and our love to Claudette as well.
You do it. I'll tell Claudette, she's actually listening on the adjoining phone, so she says hello, and to everybody. I miss you guys so much, not only the crew, but the broadcast listeners, our fans who are fantastic, and I can't wait to see all of you in person.
Same here, buddy. Take care. Eli Gold, the voice of the Crimson Tide. Roll Tide, indeed, kind enough to spend some time with us, and I think does us all good to hear his voice. JP, let's get into the scouting report presented by Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the unbeatable combination for termite protection. What's your scout on this Auburn team under their interim head coach in Carnell Cadillac Williams?
Well, I thought he was going to say for sure that his favorite Iron Bowl memory was 2008 when we feared the thumb and broke the streak. But that was the last segment.
Who was our quarterback?
That was this guy.
That was a kid from Hoover. Who was it? It's the guy with two thumbs and looks like this.
Look like
that guy.
But the scouting report today for the Auburn Tigers coming in here, 87th matchup, 5-6 Auburn Tigers right now. Interim head coach Carnell Cadillac Williams played in this game many times. Pro Bowl running back himself. And, this is a team right now, an Auburn team that's won two out of their last 3 games with Cadillac at the head coaching helm, and they've got some momentum going. They really do. They've seemed to find their identity as a team, and it basically, no shocker, but revolves around the run game for these Auburn Tigers. The last 3 games with Cadillac coaching, 778 yards, 7 touchdowns. And they want to run the ball. They got 2 really good running backs in Tank Bigsby and Jarquez Hunter. Robbie Ashford, the starting quarterback for them, also is very involved in the running game. But this is I think this is going to be a kind of old school matchup right here. Ground and pound. Both teams want to run the ball. They both run it effectively. We got some weather issues right now. A little drizzly, kind of going to be raining over the next hour or 2. Probably looks like it'll die down here in the second half. I haven't got a full update from James Spann yet, but that is coming shortly. But this is, it's a game that we always talk about, and it's so cliche to say, and I hate to even do it, but I'm going to, that you can throw the record books out of the window, right? Because we've seen it, and you can look just to last year where Alabama was heavily favorites and had to get a touchdown catch with Ja'Cory Brooks. When time was expiring, Bryce Young orchestrated a 2-minute drive to go down and tie the game and then win in 4 overtimes again with John Mechie catching a couple 2-point conversions. So anything can happen in this game. It usually does, and that's why it's so fun.
No question about that. Let's get into our Star to Watch. It's presented by Life Storage, and Life Storage offers convenient storage units to keep your memories, family history, and accomplishments safe and sound. Call 844-LIFE-STORE or visit lifestorage.com. Life Storage, it's your life. Store it with care. We know that last year there was a star that somewhat came out of nowhere, and Bama's hopeful that star can be big again today.
Yeah, last year it was Ja'Cory Brooks. In his freshman season, came out and, like I said, had the game-tying touchdown catch. And talk about needing to have it. We were down 7-10 with less than 2 minutes left to go in the fourth quarter. And Ja'Cory Brooks come on the scene like we've had many of these younger receivers this year, and Kendrick Law and Isaiah Bond have come on the scene late, ended up tying that ball game. And Ja'Cory Brooks right now leading the team in yards. He's got 547, 6 touchdowns, right behind Jermaine Burton with 33 catches on the season. But a game that Ja'Cory Brooks definitely remembers last year. And you know what? You build on those big moments. When you make a big play in a big-time game, you obviously remember it for the rest of your life, but just a year later, you're going to remember that and come out and say, hey, I was able to do it last year. Let's put some big numbers on the board today. A unit that has had as probably underachieved to their standards at wide receiver room, but still 2 games left. There'd be no better day than today than break it out, put some yards on the board. No better day indeed. A little bit different in our format. We're going to take a look at our starting lineups, brought to you by Walk-On Sports Bistro. We're going to do that after we pause 10 seconds so our local stations can identify themselves to you. Welcome to the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Chris Stewart, John Parker Wilson, back with you here inside the press box at Bryant-Denny Stadium. The Crimson Tide getting set to take on the Auburn Tigers. The 87th Iron Bowl getting ready to get started here shortly as we take a look at our projected starters for today's game that are indeed brought to you by Walk-Ons. And Walk-Ons puts everything they've got into bringing you game day. And with a taste of Louisiana, visit locations in Mobile, Montgomery, Hoover, where I was last night, or Tuscaloosa for your next game day experience. Walk-On Sports Bistro, more than a restaurant. Let's go with that Bama offense and Bryce Young, in all likelihood, his last appearance here at Bryant-Denny Stadium in an Alabama uniform, 6 feet 195, the junior from Pasadena in modern-day high school. What an incredible career he has had for the Crimson Tide. Yep, no doubt about it. Bryce Young, the reigning Heisman Trophy winner, 164 yards, 24 touchdowns, only 4 interceptions on the season. And like I said, a receiving group that has kind of underachieved a little bit this season. Bryce has really gotten it done, and he's been so creative in his plays and being able to extend plays and look downfield as the play breaks down, the protection breaks down, and can find people. And we're going to need another big performance from him tonight. We know Alabama wants to run the ball. Bryce, a guy that ran the ball pretty effectively earlier in the season, hadn't really had to do it or tried to do it too much after he was injured with his right shoulder in the Arkansas game. But just a guy that is right now 3rd all-time in passing total yards for Alabama. Probably get into 2nd place here with 233 yards and just a fantastic career. I don't know if he'll be honored today. Sometimes we'll see the underclassmen honored with the seniors, but probably, like you said, his last trip here in Bryant-Denny Stadium. Jahmyr Gibbs expected to be back and available. He had been the starter, but whether it's he or Jace McClellan, Bama's got one heck of a 1-2, literally, based on their numbers, punch. Makes it easy for us up here. Jahmyr Gibbs, number 1, Jace McClellan, number 2. They look alike when they get on the field. They both run extremely hard, and a very potent 1-2 punch. Jahmyr Gibbs, a guy that is transferred in from Georgia Tech, 774 yards on the ground, 370 yards. He's our 3rd leading wide receiver or ball catcher this year. He's got 3 touchdowns through the air. The safety valve for Bryce as he checks it down. We saw him injured in the second half of the Ole Miss game when Jace McClellan really came in and took the game over. Jace last week continued what he was doing. He went over 150 yards to the ground. And then we'll also see some Roydell Williams. He's been effective in the short yardage goal line situation, and having Jahmyr healthy in this game, and we'll see how much playing time he actually gets, though. It's important because when you get in the 4th quarter, you get in the late of the game, you want to have some fresh legs come in. We've seen Coach Saban rotate those 2 guys extremely well together, keeping them fresh as the game does tick on. So hopefully we get Gibbs back, but McClellan, he sure has picked up the load these past couple weeks. Let's take a look at the offensive front from left tackle to right tackle. Tyler Steen, Javion Cohen, either Seth McLaughlin or Darian Dalcourt will be there with Emil Ekiyor at right guard and J.C. Latham at the right tackle. The tight end, Cameron Latu, expected to be back, as we talked about, will be huge as well. And then the receiving corps has been very good, as we talked about. Likely to see some variation early of Jermaine Burton, Ja'Cory Brooks, JoJo Earl. Also, Trayshawn Holden's been back and available. Not sure which 3 will run out there first, but regardless, it is a deep unit, if not explosive, at the level we had hoped and anticipated at this time of the year. Yeah, so going back to the offensive line, Tyler Steen injured last week against Austin Peay. Amari Kite came in for relief for them, so something to like at that look today. That left tackle position, Cameron Latu, hopefully we have him back. When he's going and involved and active in the passing game, It really opens up this offense. Look back to the Tennessee game when we put up 49 points. He was, I think he was the leading receiver, if I remember correctly. But he needs to get involved and is productive when he is involved. But you're right on the receivers. You know, Burton, Brooks, Earl are technically the starters, but all game long we'll see everybody else. Trayshawn Holden, Isaiah Bond, Kendrick Law, Kobe Prentice, who was the true freshman early in the season, continues to catch balls, but Isaiah Bond and Kendrick Law, two other freshmen who we've seen more and more playing time. Another guy we hear a lot talked about is Tyler Harrell, the transfer from Louisville. Limited snaps this season, 2 catches, only 18 yards, but preseason he was talked about being one of the fastest guys in all of college football. Had an injury that kept him out most of the season. Hadn't got on the field much, but a talented wide receiver group. I think just still trying to find their identity, trying to explode and get some of those explosive plays. But you know what? Hey, 12th game of the season. Let's do it today.
Yep.
It wouldn't bother me at all.
Not in the least. It ain't too late yet. Let's take a look at that defensive front for Auburn. Expect you to go with Derek Hall, who they call the edge rusher, Marcus Harris at defensive tackle, Jason Jones at the nose, Colby Wooden at a defensive end. Your thoughts on that front four from Auburn?
Yeah, Colby Wooden, Derek Hall, 6 sacks for Wooden, 7 for Hall. These guys are talked about a lot. They are both back from last year, very involved in the game last year, and these guys get after the pass rusher. 26 sacks on the season. That's 4th best in the SEC for the defensive unit for Auburn. But the rest of the way, they're 11th in the SEC against the rush, 9th against the pass. So to them today, it's going to be trying to get back, influence Bryce Young, and be disruptive.
In the linebacking core, the 2-man linebacking core, Owen Papo is a senior out of Lawrenceville, Georgia, and Cam Riley from Hillcrest down in Evergreen at the weak side backer.
Yeah, Papo's a good linebacker. He's a senior out of Lawrenceville, Georgia, leads the team right now in 81 tackles. A really, really, really good Mike linebacker. Plays all over the field. Can run sideline to sideline, and he's one of the better linebackers in the entire country. Probably taken pretty high next year in the NFL draft. And number 0 for Auburn, Owen Papo. He's a really good linebacker.
All right, in the secondary, they go with Nehemiah Pritchett at one corner. He's a senior from down at Jackson, Alabama. At the other corner, the Mobile native DJ James. Safety, Zion Puckett and Donovan Kaufman. And then when they go nickel, Keontae Scott, the San Diego native, is the player they primarily will go with there. How vulnerable are they in the secondary?
Pretty vulnerable, Chris. They not the strength of their team. Keontae Scott 4th in the team with tackles. Puckett is 7th. Kaufman is 8th. So, usually like right now, DeMarco Helms is 2nd right now, or 1st on our team of tackles. Safeties are not very involved in the running game. Alabama's got to look to take shots against the secondary. All
right, so there you have the offense and defense for Alabama and Auburn, respectively. We'll take a look at the Tigers' offense and begin with their quarterback, Robbie Ashford. Played at your alma mater, Hoover High School. He is a second-year freshman after coming over from Oregon. Look, he has not been a highly effective passer, even though we know he has that capability. But it's with his legs where he may be as dangerous as any threat Alabama's faced this year.
Yeah, no doubt about that. A very mobile quarterback, 6'3", 212. You remember he started this season 3rd on the depth chart for Auburn, but has worked his up in the start and roll. And definitely is going to hurt you more with his feet than with his arms. Less than 50% passer, 6 TDs, 7 interceptions. So I think Cadillac, the interim head coach for Auburn, says, okay, I got to put my guys in situations where they can be productive and be successful, and that for Auburn is rushing the ball, and they're fine with that. They want to run the ball, and Robbie Ashford will mix in his opportunities and try to be strategic about passing, but he's going to be a lot more involved in the running game today than we've probably seen any quarterback. And we played some pretty good with Daniels from LSU, Jefferson from Arkansas, and Robbie Ashford is going to be up there, one of the better rushing quarterbacks in the SEC.
In talking with Coach Saban earlier for the pregame show, he discussed Tank Bigsby and Jarquez Hunter. That is a 1-2 combination that's also very, very dangerous for the Tigers.
No doubt. I mean, Tank Bigsby also leads the team in receptions, actual catches. He's got 26 on the season. very active in the running game. They do have a 1-2 punch with Hunter, where both of these guys are getting carries. We'll probably see more Tanks Bigsby, but Jarquez Hunter are very involved. Two really good running backs. I mean, one of the better 1-2 running back combinations in the entire country. They can hurt you inside. They got speed on the outside. They can catch the ball in that backfield. A lot of screens with them, run pass options with Robbie Ashford. So they're not ashamed to say we're a ground and pound team. We're going to try to get 3 yards in a cloud of dust, and they got 2 running backs that can do that.
One reason they can run it is their offensive line allows them to be pretty physical in the run game. Starting with the tackles on the left side, Killian Zierer, and then Brendan Coffey on the right side. The guards, Alec Jackson at the right side, Cameron Stutz at left, and Brandon Council, the center. I look, and those are 5 seniors along that offensive front, and that experience obviously very valuable.
Yeah, exactly what stood out to me. Not often you see 5 seniors up front, but this is an experienced group. And the funny thing about it is they're really good running the ball, not as good in pass protection, and has a lot to do with Robbie Ashford's inability to get downfield. They've given up 26 sacks. That's 12th in the SEC, but they don't attempt a lot of passes either. So that's another reason why Auburn's going to want to keep it on the ground and just feature that all day long and run the ball.
Tight end John Samuel Schinker, among those that's a threat in the passing game, although not as much of a receiving threat as their wideout core, obviously. But Schinker at 6'4", 250, and a senior. They go Shedrick Jackson at 1 wideout, 6'2", 200, and a senior. A junior in Javarius Johnson, 5'10", 160, and Coy Moore at 6'1", 192, and a sophomore for the Tigers as well.
Yeah, and I think Javarius Johnson, number 6 for them, right now leading Auburn with 473 yards. He's got 2 touchdowns, but he's averaging 19 yards per reception. So if you get a deep play threat, it's the guy wearing number 6 in Johnson. Something, Alabama, as the safeties come down in the box, as DeMarco Helms and Battle are getting down there closer to stop the run. All right, that's going to put our cornerbacks, Ricks and Arnold and Kool-Aid McKinstry on the island, and this is what they're going to try to do, is hit some big plays off that play action when the running game gets going, and Johnson's usually that guy.
Alabama defensively will try to counter what the Tigers do with a front that includes Tim Smith and Byron Young at the defensive ends, DJ Dale at the nose, and Will Anderson at the jack linebacker. And we expect to see a lot of that base 3-4-man front, or 3 or 4-man front, I should say, when you walk Anderson up from the jack linebacker. This may be a lot of an old-school look in this game in terms of what Auburn does offensively, and Bama will try to counter with on the defensive side.
Yeah, and I think today we've got to get bigger. We've got to get bigger up front. A lot of times we've seen this season having the cheetah nickel where we really only have 1 or 2 defensive linemen in the game. Today we'll see 4 and sometimes 5 defensive linemen in the game. I think we've got a deep enough group to do that. This is a team that last year had 15 tackles for loss against Auburn in the Iron Bowl. And Byron Young, y'all leading the way right now up front. He's been playing nasty and physical these past few weeks, and hopefully he can keep it going here today.
For the Crimson Tide, in addition to that front 4 we gave you, the linebacking core, Dallas Turner, Henry To'o, and Jalen Moody will be challenged today, providing that second line.
And have more of a responsibility on them today than typical, just with the running ability of Ashford, right? So they're going to have more spy looks where To'o or Dallas Turner are dedicated to just watching Ashford and what he does. They've got to have great eye discipline and great focus all day long on misdirections and different motions and sweeps that we do see from Auburn's, where you got to know where the ball's at. And Dallas Turner, Henry To'o are going to be tasked with that today of being responsible for the quarterback. Zone reads or whatever it is, you got to know where Ashford is at all time.
Whether it's Eli Ricks or Terry and Arnold, I think you feel really good about that side as a corner is concerned, opposite of Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Yeah, Kool-Aid's been locked down. 12 pass breakups of the season. But the other side, Eli Ricks, who was injured first drive of the game against Ole Miss, had a head injury. Seems like he is cleared today to play. But Terry and Arnold, I think he's been pretty steady Eddie this season for Alabama. Nothing special. He's given up some plays, but has played well. Both Eli Ricks, when he started a couple games, and Terry and Arnold, have played well. A passing unit right now giving up 195 yards in the game. That's 4th SEC, 27th best in the country. Much better against the run, only giving up 107 yards. So, a team that, or a unit in the secondary might not be challenged as much as they frequently would in normal games, but, you got to be aware, and you don't want to give that big play. There's only going to be a few this game, and you don't want it to be on you.
Jordan Battle at the strong safety, DeMarco Helms at the free, and Brian Branch, the star. Don't expect to see a whole lot of dime package today, given what Auburn likes to do with the run game, but that secondary will be challenged to help with the run game, but also don't get burned if they decide to throw the pass on you here and there.
Yeah, and Helms and Battle, both seniors, they're as good as it gets at the safety position. Coming down, both very involved in the running game. I think we'll see Brian Branch too. A guy that I think understands the blitz packages extremely well, and it might not be the perfect matchup physically wise, body wise, but Brian Branch is he's got a high football IQ where he can get in there and make plays. Second right now on the team in tackle for losses, so he can get back in the backfield. And I think we match up really well in the secondary against this Auburn team.
Those are, again, the starters presented by Walk-On Sports Bistro. When we come back, we'll have the special Senior Day presentation. We'll check out the field conditions and have more of our pregame coverage of Alabama and Auburn. It's the 87th Iron Bowl. And hallelujah, it's in Tuscaloosa today on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Victor deployed for the first time to Afghanistan in 2003. He sustained a moderate traumatic brain injury. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
For many military veteran caregivers, their caregiving journey starts earlier in life and lasts longer. Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey and better care for your loved one and yourself. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
When you're high, you feel different. You think different, you talk different, you draw different, you listen to music different, but you probably knew that. Problem is, you also drive different, and not in a good way. That's why driving high is illegal everywhere. So if you're high, just don't drive. Make a plan to get a sober ride. Because if you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
To protect his home and family from disaster, Steve used courage, wisdom, and his camera phone.
That should do it.
Way to go, Steve! By simply taking digital pictures of his family's important documents, Steve can always have them stored safely online, no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Chris Jakimick, I served in the United States Air Force, and I deployed 3 times. Being a veteran is interwoven into your DNA. It is really the absence of the connection and the purpose that can really drive a lot of veterans to some negative thoughts. For those who are in a suicidal crisis, the window of time to save somebody's life is very short. Our duty is to protect ourselves and protect our families, and one way you can do that is store your weapons safely. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you prevent wildfires.
Dude, I've got this. I've been camping since I was 5 years old.
But I am a camping influencer.
You know what? I'll bet you $5. Assistant Smokey, what is the best way to put out a campfire?
To put out a campfire, drown with water, stir, drown again. Then make sure the fire is out cold by feeling with the back of your hand.
Wait, really?
I'll take the $5.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
It's time for today's STEM tip. Okay, you know recycling is important. No one wants plastic in the ocean. Here's a cool way to repurpose a plastic bottle. Build an awesome terrarium. Cut a large plastic bottle in half and fill the base with sand, pebbles, potting soil, and your favorite plant. I chose an African violet. Put the top of the bottle over your base and place it in the sun. Your plant will grow sealed in its own ecosystem. Fun, right? Learn more at She Can STEM. A message from the Ad Council.
Welcome back, everybody. Great to have you with us for our Everwood Countdown to Kickoff pregame coverage from here at Bryant-Denny Stadium. The Crimson Tide taking on the Auburn Tigers in just a few minutes, about 3 or 4 from now. The senior football players will be making their way out, and I've always thought, we did talk with Coach Saban about this as well in pregame, JP, but always thought this was incredibly special. There's nobody who's more locked in, more focused on the task at hand than Nick Saban. But to me, it speaks volumes of what he thinks, or how important he thinks a senior class is, that he would, less than 15 minutes from kick, honor them on the field along with their families here in their final home game at Bryant-Denny Stadium.
No doubt. I mean, it'd be really easy to move this to the week before, and when we're playing Austin Peay, and get that out of the way, because we do know how big of a game this is. But we saw him earlier this season. National championship team comes out, and they're being honored pregame also, and he walks out, shakes every one of their hands, and takes a picture with them. So it does mean a lot to him. And these connections that you make with him when you're here I am 15 years later, and still feels like, he's my head coach. So it's not just talk or show. It's really, the truth in who he is and how good of a guy and person that he is, and how much impact he has on so many different people. So you get a chance to come here and take a picture with your family the last time you're going to be able to play in this, and then you look up and it's hanging in your office decades down the road. So it's pretty special that he does make this such a big deal. Because, look, you get here and you're player and it's senior day, but your parents, your families, your friends, your mentors are the ones who really help you get here. And now they get a chance to come out here and be with you. It's something that I know I remember, and everybody that plays here remembers the rest of their life.
JP, for this game, with it being Alabama-Auburn, and not that you have to be from the state to understand the magnitude, to understand the importance, but there is zero doubt that young men such as yourself, when you played, Robbie Ashford now for Auburn, both of you grew up in the same community, went to the same high school. It's something that you have dreamed of and waited for, frankly, longer than Bryce Young, who grew up in California. Not that this game isn't important, not that he won't play at an incredible level, but this one's very, very different indeed. And we're going to talk more about that. First, though, we have our national anthem as the honorary captain is being recognized today. And that honorary captain we will tell you about in just a few moments. Actually, Daniel Gustafson is the honorary captain, brought to you by Royal Furniture. They provide a salute to service, and we are glad to recognize Mr. Gustafson here today as we now turn it over to the $1 Million Band for our national anthem.
By Marine Fighter Squadron 115 at Marine Corps Air Station in Beaufort, South Carolina. Welcome to the podium as guest conductor to the anthem, Dr. Robin Rogers. Dr. Rogers is Professor Emeritus in Chemistry here at the university and a former member of the $1 Million Band. Please remove your hats and join in singing as the $1 Million Band proudly presents our national anthem.
Flyover is indeed taking place, and oh man, We can see it and hear it and feel it big time. With the cloud cover, I wondered how visible it would be. I got my answer really, really quick.
That was close right there. Buzz the tower.
Was indeed. Do you remember when the construction was going on the, I guess it was the north end zone? And I thought, oh, man, we're about to lose that new end of the stadium.
I'm pretty sure I was in the locker room for that, but it's still here. You can feel it and hear people talking about it. So that was pretty close. We had a low clouds today, and
they got below them.
They damn sure did.
Well said, partner. The seniors are indeed being recognized here today. And let's pick up the public address voice of Bryant-Denny Stadium, Tony Giles, to handle our Senior Day festivities.
National Championship. From Fort Lauderdale, Florida, with his parents, Fred and Tressa Battle and family, defensive back, number 9, Jordan Battle. From Lamont, Illinois, with his parents, Kurt and Carrie Bolin and family, receiver number 36, Brett Bolin. From Auburn and Grace, Maryland, with his father, Jimmy Dalcourt, center number 71, Darian Dalcourt. From Birmingham, Alabama, with his parents, Kirsten and Anthony Hasbury, his fiancee, Alexis Bender and family, defensive lineman number 94, DJ Dale. From Indianapolis, Indiana, with his parents, Emil and Andrea Echior, offensive lineman number 55, Emil Echior Jr. From Miami, Florida, with his mother, Arabia Fogel and family, receiver, great Tyler Harrell. From Washington, D.C., with his parents, Delonte and Joyce Helms and family, defensive back number 2, DeMarco Helms. From Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, with his parents, Ken and Susan Krieger and family, receiver number 89, Grant Krieger. From Salt Lake City, Utah, with his mom, Jolene Fine, tight end number 81, Cameron Latu. From Conway, South Carolina, with his parents, Gregory and Casey Moody and family, linebacker number 42, Jalen Moody. From Tuscaloosa, with his parents, Gene and Maren Pugh, snapper number 50, Gabe Pugh. From Madison, Alabama, with his parents, Levi and Mia Randolph and family, offensive lineman number 60, Kendall Randolph. From Hoover, Alabama, with his mother, Dana Swanner, fiance, Amelia Akmoudi and family, kicker number 16, Will Reichert. From Huntsville, Alabama, with his parents, Bubba and Claire Roby and family, offensive lineman number 62, Jackson Roby. From Miami, Florida, with his parents, Darius and Samantha Steen and family, offensive lineman number 54, Tyler Steen. From Sacramento, California, with his parents, Yese and Rima Toa Toa and family, linebacker number 10, Henry Toa Toa. And from Laurel, Mississippi, with his parents, Kenny and Melissa Young and family, defensive lineman number 47, Byron Young. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2022 Alabama Crimson Tide seniors.
This has been the Everwood Countdown to Kickoff. Everwood, wood treated right. Today's Iron Bowl is presented by PNC Bank. PNC Bank is a proud partner of the Crimson Tide. Next up, kickoff, Iron Bowl 2022 Alabama and Auburn on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
This has been the Everwood Countdown to Kickoff Show. Everwood Treatment Company. Everwood. Wood treated right. Also brought to you by Bud Light. It's for the fans. Let's go! Kickoff is just moments away on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Are you sick of pretending to like boring hard seltzers that leave you feeling bloated? Tired of drinking the same old light beer? No time to make a mixed drink with all those complicated ingredients? Then it's time for you to try something different. Beatbox is now an official sponsor of Alabama and the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Packing an 11.1 APV punch, each Beatbox is bursting with delicious flavors. Beatbox is gluten-free, low sugar, and resealable, so you can always take the party on the go. There ain't no party like a Beatbox party. Roll Tide. Please drink responsibly. Must be 21. Convenience is the name of the game at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites Tuscaloosa University. Located on Veterans Memorial Parkway, the Holiday Inn Express and Suites Tuscaloosa University offers just the right amenities for a relaxing getaway or a productive business trip. The University of Alabama, Bryant-Denny Stadium, Coleman Coliseum, and the Bryant Conference Center are within 2 miles, making any visit to the Capstone convenient. Whatever you're visiting Tuscaloosa for, the Holiday Inn Express and Suites Tuscaloosa University is the perfect hotel destination and a proud preferred hotel partner of the Crimson Tide.
Hey there, folks. Head fry cook Bob Baumhauer here, and I just want to say thank you for allowing Baumhauer's Victory Grill to serve you for 40 legendary years. When I first delivered Alabama's first taste of buffalo wings back in 1981, people thought I was crazy. For the first few years, I had to give wings away. Imagine that. 40 years later, I'm still proud to serve the great people and visitors of Alabama our famous buffalo wings and much more. Here's to 40 years of legendary fun, legendary food, and many, many more.
By now, your daily routine is probably a little too routine. Don't you want to change? Don't you want to start playing by your own rules and escape the routine so your fantasy becomes reality? Where every night is an adventure, where new flavors are ready to be tasted, where it feels like you're a winner. Take a chance. Reward yourself. Make your routine anything but routine. Escape every day at Wind Creek Casino and WindCreekCasino.com.
This is your captain. We are going to be experiencing some slight turbulence. Please fasten your... Oh, hold on. Just got a video of my cat.
Imagine the pilot of an airplane was as confident as you are texting and driving. Seems kind of crazy when you put it like that.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Here's a fun fact for you. The average chameleon can point their eyes in 2 different directions. On the other hand, the average human can't. So unless you're a chameleon, there's absolutely no way you can focus on texting and driving at the same time. So don't do it, unless you're a chameleon.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
On the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Turn it up. It's game time. Brought to you by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? Find out for yourself. And by Golden Flake, the official potato chip of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Alabama, Auburn. This is the Iron Bowl. Kickoff is just moments away. Now with a call of the game, here's Chris Stewart and John Parker Wilson.
We are well inside 15 minutes to kick off, presented by Beatbox. You know, each Beatbox is bursting with delicious flavors, gluten-free, low sugar, and resealable. Look for it in stores across the Southeast for your next tailgate today. I'm Chris Stewart alongside John Parker Wilson. Pleased to welcome in our Cook's Pest Control sideline reporter down on the field. Once again, the best dressed dude in the group, Christian Miller. Happy Iron Bowl Saturday to you, my man.
Chris, how are you? Good to hear from you guys. Glad to be back. And oh man, this is a great atmosphere. I'm so excited for this one. There's nothing like the Iron Bowl.
For you, the juices right now before this game, they're all important. We understand that. But it is different, is it not?
It definitely is. I mean, it means so much to the people in this state. It's such a sentimental game, and I think it's the most iconic rivalry in college football. It's the epitome of a big battle in college football, and there's nothing like it. You know, I'm really excited for a big matchup. This game is always going to be a physical, intense game, and I expect nothing less than that from these guys today.
In this matchup, when you know the run game is going to be as pivotal for Auburn as it could be, tell me about your thoughts from a defensive player's position, especially the one you played, in terms of the challenge you'll face.
Yeah, Chris, you know, it's going to be a tough matchup today. You know, we're going to have to stop the run. You know, these guys like to run the football. They like to get in a big, heavy personnel and try to run the ball down your throat. So we're going to have to man up and stop the run and impose our will on them up front. So I think the key to this game is dominating the line of scrimmage, getting good pushback, running sideline to sideline, making all the tackles, making sure we're wrapping up. Can't have any arm tackles out there. But most importantly, you just got to go out there and dominate your opponent. These guys are going to want to go out there and do the same thing to you. It's all the bad blood between these two programs, so it's definitely going to be a physical game today.
Christian, we look forward to talking to you throughout the course of the broadcast. John Parker Wilson, Bryce Young, Will Anderson, Henry Toto, the captains, along with Will Reichard coming out as well. He could play a huge part today as the Tide makes its way onto the field here at Bryant-Denny Stadium for the final time during the 2022 regular season.
Definitely expected these captains here from Alabama. You know, you got Bryce and Toto. Will Reichard, though, like to see him out here. The senior out here for senior day from Hoover, Alabama. So, you know, not a ton of guys on the start units from the state of Alabama, but you know, he's been talking all week about how big of a game this is and how much it means to him and what it's like growing up in the state of Alabama, knowing that this is 365 days a year bragging rights inside the state.
Our kickoff captain is Dalton Agan from Sandrock, Alabama. Dalton's 10 years old, enjoying watching sports, playing video games, and loves the Crimson Tide. Joins us today courtesy of Barkley GMC and Make-A-Wish, Alabama. Dalton, Christian Miller down on the field as we listen in.
Tail. It is head. Okay? Means you won the third. Won the ball, right? You want to toss. You want to toss. You want to toss, right? You want to kick that way. All right, put your back around here. Alabama's in the toss for the second half. Auburn goes to C with the first half on.
Ken Williamson, our referee, who has given the instructions and the signal as to who will receive the kick.
Well, Alabama defense going to start it off for us, and definitely expecting a heavy dose of Tank Bigsby and Jarquez Hunter. So it's going to be a fight in the trenches. Whoever wins the line of scrimmage today is going to probably win the battle. Also, I think turnovers are a big deal. In a game like this where both teams want to run the ball, the game's going to be short, so possessions are even more important, and hanging on to the ball and creating turnovers. And we saw Alabama last week able to create 2 interceptions. Something that we haven't had a lot on defense was a big part of that game, and love to see it here today. Alabama trying to be able to create some turnovers on defense.
65 degrees, cloudy skies, expecting rain as we move through the course of the afternoon. Otherwise, a great track field-wise here at Bryant-Denny Stadium as those weather and field conditions are presented by Alpha Insurance. Protect your cars, home, life, and business with Alpha. Get a quote or find a local agent at alphainsurance.com. Proud supporters of the Crimson Tide. Call Alpha. Call somebody and tell them if they ain't got the radio on, they need to. Alabama and Auburn are about to kick off for the 87th time. So special within this state and in all of college football. Who knows the ramifications from a college football playoff standpoint? What we do know, it's going to mean a lot for the next 365 days until we do it all again. Church and the grocery store and everywhere else you go are going to mean a whole lot more over the course of the next year based on what happens in the next 60 minutes. Jarquez Hunter, Damari Alston, are the return men. Will Reichert approaches the football, and we are underway from Tuscaloosa. Alabama and Auburn as Hunter gets it at the 10, 15, 20, spun down, wrapped up, brought down at the 21. That's where the Tigers will start off 1st and 10.
And Alabama's going to be able to handle the emotions early. Got Cadillac Williams, interim head coach. They've been playing with a ton of emotions over these past 3 games. So you got to sit back and go attack it. You can't let Auburn try to get too much momentum here out of the gate, because you know they're going to try to play with that to stay it all game long.
After the tackle from Keanu Coate, gives Alabama a good spot defensively. The Tigers have it from their own 21. 2 wideouts left, 1 right. Now they'll go an empty set, and they've got movement and motion and all sorts of chaos early. Jarquez Hunter went CFL on us right there.
Back him up, Terry.
He got that running start. You're allowed north of the border, but not here.
Cannot do that here. Especially in the state of Alabama. It's against the rules. But we do see Eli Ricks making the starter cornerback, starting the game in nickel. Got Brian Branch in the nickel position, but Eli back healthy for Alabama.
Oh, they've got quite the odd formation with Brendan Coffey, the right tackle, split wide left. They'll keep it themselves at quarterback, and not much running room for Robbie Ashford. He got to the 15-yard line before Jaheim Otis, one of those big ones, wrapped him up.
Designed quarterback draw for Ashford, and it was Otis, the true freshman, who's made his way to the starting lineup, just sheds that block. Nice tackle for loss on 1st down.
Yeah, they split the right tackle wide left at wideout on that play, but just ran it. A little eye candy there. I set the old school formation with 2 wideouts left for Ashford. Tall sweep going to Bigsby. Cuts it up across 15, across the 20, and gets to the 23-yard line. But it will still be 3rd down and a bunch upcoming. DeMarco Helms among those helping from the free safety slot. It'll be 3rd down and 7 upcoming here for the Tigers.
Looked like a play they ran with Cadillac back in the day. Had a tight end right, fullback, and just a simple tall sweep. Otis, 2 plays for him and 2 tackles.
Javarius Johnson is checked in at wideout for Auburn. They will split him left, but not very wide. The same for 1 man right. Tank Bigsby in the backfield to the right of Ashford. On 3rd down and 7. Ashford with time, looking to throw. Flush out of the pocket. Pressure coming. Throws it up and out of bounds and incomplete. And Alabama's defense forces Auburn into a 3-and-out. Will Anderson, an early introduction to Mr. Ashford.
Yeah, that was Will Anderson coming up the left edge. He just put pressure on Ashford. Ashford had a backpedal, escaped the pocket, couldn't turn his hips, and just had to throw out of bounds. 3-and-out for Alabama, forced to the punt here on Auburn's first drive.
Kool-Aid McKinstry deep for Alabama with Oscar Chapman, the Australian, in at punter for the Tigers. Kool-Aid waiting back inside his own 35-yard line. Getting the snap and kicking it away will be Chapman. Kool-Aid, a fair catch called for and made at the Alabama 34-yard line, and that's where the Tide will start off in good field position. 1st and 10 right there.
We'll take this as good starting field position for Alabama after a great opening drive for the defense. And had to come in. They knew Auburn's going to run the ball. They did exactly that on the first couple of runs. Now Bryce Young trying to go to work with about as good field position you can ask for, starting 34-yard line.
So Alabama will have it 1st and 10 from their 34. The Crimson Tide with Jahmyr Gibbs starting in the backfield. Ja'Cory Brooks will go wide left. JoJo Earl in the slot wide right. And Jermaine Burton is split to the far side of the formation. Here's Earl in motion. The handoff going to Gibbs. Right side running room. 40, 43, 45, and up to the 48-yard line. Move the sticks on the first down of the game for the Crimson Tide. That first down brought to you by ATIX. Let ATIX be your ticket connection to all the Alabama football games. ATIX is the ticket. So after the nice first down pickup, a move the chains for Alabama. Latu will go in the backfield with Gibbs. Now he will flare out to the left as the snap goes to Young. Across the middle, pass incomplete. Jermaine Burton, the wide receiver, the intended target. As Alabama will be facing now a 2nd and 10 there.
I like that window dressing right there for Bill O'Brien. Latu starts the tight end position, comes back, looked like two running backs in the backfield. He swings left and then just try to hit the quick slant on the right side over the head of the receiver.
A pair of tight ends now as Oots joins Latu on the left side of the formation. They'll bring Burks in motion in tight right. They'll hand it off to Gibbs, trying to get left, does get across midfield into Auburn territory and cut down just shy of the 45-yard line of the Tigers. It will be 3rd down and 3 upcoming for Alabama there.
Gibbs looking healthy, 2 carries so far, and right there breaking tackles at the line of scrimmage to get a nice 7-yard pickup. Looking strong right there on that run.
He checks out, though, for the fresh legs of Jace McClellan, the junior from Aledo, Texas. He is to the left of Young as Alabama will face the 3rd down and 3. Everybody bunched in tight for Alabama. 2 wideouts technically just slightly off the formation left side. Bryce wants to throw. Looking, still looking. Rolls to his right. Being chased. Turns it up. Gets close. Did he get to the 1st down mark? I don't believe he did. He's going to be bumped out of bounds back at the 46-yard line, so no gain on the play. It'll be 4th down, and Nick Saban opts to punt it away.
Got pressure off to the left. I think they set one too many blitzers for us. Couldn't pick it up. Bryce tries to pick it up, scrambles to the right. Nobody could get open on that scramble drill, so Alabama forced to punt.
Keontae Scott is the man waiting on the kick from Burnham. And this one will hit at the goal line and carry into the end zone. Bama misplays it there. Christian Leary was the closest to it. Couldn't get a hand on it. It'll be a touchback following a 46-yard punt. A break in the action. No score in Tuscaloosa. Alabama and Auburn here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Here in Tuscaloosa, Saturdays are in the details. It takes the 2-minute drills and the tailgates on the quad. The blitzes, the bombs, and Big Al. Because when anything can happen, every detail counts. Like getting an updated COVID-19 booster. This season, we're reminding Crimson Tide fans to get an updated COVID-19 booster shot designed for recent Omicron variants. Learn about eligibility and schedule an appointment at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
It's football season. Time to take your tailgate tradition to the next level with the Ford F-150 truck. Power up with an available ProPower onboard generator. And with an available 3.5-liter EcoBoost engine, you can tow just about anything you need to rule the stadium lot. For great offers on F-150, visit your local Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide. Auto models, trims, or features may be available. Contact your dealer for more information.
Game day is full of ifs. Like if Alabama can take home another Iron Bowl victory. Who knows? But if you want the most convenient way to pay in T-Town, get the University of Alabama Regents Visa debit card. Tap to pay contactless card technology and Locket card controls give you what you need on game day or any day. To order your card, visit regents.com/GoBama. Regents, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Alabama Power School Board Update. Brian Housewith is my name, live in studio. They're celebrating right now in Columbia, South Carolina. Gamecocks take down number 8 Clemson, 31-30 in Death Valley. And how about Michigan pouring it on Ohio State? Fourth quarter, 45-23. Harbaugh happy with what he sees. I'm Brian Housewith. Let's send you back to Brian Denny, Chris Stewart.
Brian Houseworth, thank you so very much. We are back here at Bryant-Denny Stadium. Our game presented by PNC Bank. PNC Bank, proud partner of the Crimson Tide. Wes Hart's Alabama soccer team recognized just moments ago, acknowledged after they won last night against Duke in overtime here in Tuscaloosa. For the first time in program history, the top-ranked Tide will go to the College Cup and play next week in North Carolina for a national championship in soccer. They are now in the Final Four. Auburn with a football, no score. Alabama at Auburn, 11:41 to go first quarter. 3 wideouts right to left, no men in the backfield. Ashford gets the snap, dumps it off across the middle. catches made, but very little gain on the play for Jarquez Hunter. Fancy look there, but that's basically a handoff up the middle that gets a couple.
Yeah, another weird formation for Auburn. They split the right tackle out right. They fake a screen to him, and then it's an underneath slip screen. Byron Young gets a hand on him, and then Deontay Lawson comes over the top to make the tackle.
Gave him too much credit. Not 2 yards. How about maybe a half a foot? I formation again with Bixby dotting the I. Hunter in front of him. Ashford, quarterback draw, looking, gets the first down. He has more than that. He gets down to the to the Auburn 45-yard line. By far the biggest play of the game for either side. 25 yards after protection broke down. Ashford with his legs proving how dangerous he is.
Try to hit the power pass, fullback out of the backfield, straight to the flat. It wasn't there. Robbie Ashford, first read, pulls it down, takes off, uses his speed, pick up a big first down for Auburn.
Tigers from their own 45-yard line. Bixby getting the handoff, running right side. That was the strong side of the formation. He gets across midfield. He will pick up about 4, maybe 5 on that play. Brian Branch, the star, stepped up. This looks more like what we're expecting to see from Auburn today.
Yeah, just nice perimeter blocking from the wideouts right there. Able to pick up 6 yards on first down. Auburn take that all day long right there, just catching an edge. Alabama staying with it, but you got to get some pressure on those wide receivers when they block.
So as JP told you, it will be 2nd and 4, operating from the Alabama side of the midfield stripe now at the 49-yard line. They will stay in the huddle, and I think there's confusion among the Tigers as the play clock is down to 8 seconds, and Robbie Ashford will use a timeout. Not uncommon. They had to use 2, maybe 3 timeouts in the first quarter of their game a week ago against Western Kentucky. Timeout on the field. We take the break as well. 9:55 to go, opening quarter. No score. Alabama and Auburn here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Bancorp South Bank and Cadence Bank have come together to form a new, even better bank. The new Cadence is more than a merger. Together, we offer more convenience, accessibility, and simplicity through an expanded branch network, secure technology, and enhanced products and services. It's the best of both banks from the same financial services experts you know and trust. Cadence Bank, helping opportunity take shape. Visit cadencebank.com/the new Cadence. Member FDIC.
Roll Tide. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Guys, it's me, Isabella Gomez, filling in for Smokey Bear because he's got more to say than just...
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Like, if you're outside enjoying a barbecue, don't let a hamburger distract you from fire safety. Make sure you aren't dumping your hot coals or ashes onto the ground because that could start a wildfire. So take wildfire prevention seriously and let's save the world one day at a time. Juntos con Smokey Bear, podemos hacerlo. Go to smokeybear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the Lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt US Kids, and the Ad Council.
We are live from the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth. I'm Chris Stewart, back with you inside the press box at Bryant-Denny Stadium. Roger Hoover will handle our halftime as he did pregame and post from Portland, Oregon, where he is traveling with Brian Passing for coverage of Alabama basketball at the PK Invitational, Phil Knight Invitational. We miss having the Swiss Army knife here in the booth with us today, but appreciate so much what Roger is doing remotely for us today as he travels with Bama basketball. Auburn with 2nd down and 4 upcoming from the Alabama 49-yard line. Pistol formation for Ashford, the quarterback. He will have a single setback behind him. That's Bixby, hands it off to him. Made one man miss, tried to get to the edge, does. Into the Alabama 45-yard line. He picks up enough for the first down. His ability to make Henry To'o, or the first man miss, not Henry, I'm sorry, to make that first man miss was the difference.
Yeah, Auburn had tight end left and then 3 wide receivers left. So Eli Ricks is on the edge by himself and just misses the tackle in the backfield, able to pick up the first down after that, but had him one-on-one, and Bigsby hits the jump cut, gets to the side, and then picks up the first down.
So a gain of about 7 on the play, and the Tigers operate from the Alabama 41-yard line. 3 wideouts left, flag on the play. Ashford looking, and that was going to be incomplete. They're going to throw a flag on Eli, I believe, in coverage of Camden Brown, the freshman from Monroe, Louisiana. The first flag, I believe, was going to be on Auburn, but that one by Eli, I believe, is going to negate the play. Let's wait and see.
2 fouls on the play, offside, defense number 31 will be declined. Pass interference, defense number 7 will be accepted. The penalty will place the ball as a spotless foul and includes an automatic first down.
I was hopeful, JP, that was going to be procedure against the Tigers, but instead, Bama jumps, didn't matter because pass interference wipes that away.
Yeah, Eli's trying to plead his case right now to the field judge. I think he's got a pretty good argument. Wide receiver gets pushed out of bounds. I mean, or he runs out of bounds. Eli Ricks is just standing there right there. I mean, I think that's the state of college football right now is they're going to call in the secondary. You got to be careful with your hands because they are very likely to call a pass interference if the ball is going downfield.
So from the Alabama 26-yard line, the Tigers with an empty set. They bring Bigsby in motion. They flip it to him. They'll cut it upfield. He'll lower his shoulder, and he'll gain a couple on the play to the Alabama 24. Looked like Jalen Moody, the weak side linebacker, was there to apply the hit for Alabama.
Yeah, coming down strong. They just a little toss to the left. Saw the cut back lane, and he hits it and tries to get north and south. And Moody makes a nice tackle to get down there, stop him with a 2-yard gain.
So 2nd down and 8 for the Tigers. They'll split 3 wideouts to the right side. Jarquez Hunter in the backfield alongside Ashford. They'll bring the man in motion. That's Moore. They'll go with a quarterback keep to the right side. He's got a first down. He's got Moore inside the 10. Gets down to the 5, gets to the goal line, and stretches in for an Auburn touchdown. The legs of Robbie Ashford. The big play now, they say no, he did not get in. They've spotted him at the 1-yard line. Auburn was celebrating as if they had scored. I thought they had as well. And now Cadillac Williams and the rest of the Auburn staff is having to tell him, hey, wait, get back out there. It is not a touchdown just yet. They even had the kicker on there. That'd been beautiful if they snapped it, he kicked it, and they'd only gotten 3 out of the drive.
We would take it.
Rolling on the field until the runner was down short of the goal line. The previous play is under review.
About 24 yards, maybe just 23, though, depending on whether or not they give him the touchdown or not. That was bizarre. I thought he was clearly in.
I thought he was too,
but the officials marked his leg down, and let's see. He stretched the ball across.
Yeah, he's a touchdown. Otis was on his heels. Robbie Ashford able to stretch the ball over the end zone, but it was just a quarterback sweep to the right. I mean, nothing fancy. Had a guy going in motion underneath him, and then it was Brian Branch coming down from that safety position, and Robbie Ashford just puts his right foot in the ground, cuts it back to the middle, and was untouched for the touchdown.
After further review, the runner broke the plane of the goal line prior to being down. Therefore, the result of the play is a touchdown.
Shortest review maybe I've ever seen. Ken Williamson took longer to get down there than it did to actually review the play. So
has to run all the way down to the right end zone to the 20-yard line on the opposite side of the field. Here he's trotting back now, but Auburn's going to line up for the PAT. It's something Alabama's got to be aware of all day long, and that's Ashford rushing right now. Four carries, 72 yards, and that one right there got some momentum on Auburn's sideline.
Alex McPherson on to try the extra point from the hold of Oscar Chapman. The snap from Jacob Quattlebaum. As the Tigers will try to take the 7-0 lead. Waiting on the snap. Here it comes. Good snap, good hold, and a good kick as well. And the Tigers do indeed have the 7-0 advantage. 8:31 remaining opening quarter of play here in Tuscaloosa on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Lear Field.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
You mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack.
You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
There is no substitute for hard work. Just ask the Crimson Tide. At Dex Imaging, they know the meaning of hard work, too. You don't become the best in the office equipment business without it. If you need a copier and printer company that understands hard work, quality, dependability, and customer service, then give Dex Imaging a call or go to DexImaging.com. Dex Imaging, the official copier and printer provider of Alabama Athletics.
Tide fans, it's game day. Time to huddle up with friends and family, take your seat, and open a bag of your favorite Golden Flake snacks. So rip open that bag of Golden Flake or any of our other delicious snacks from the Utz family of brands and settle in, because when you snack with Golden Flake, you're taking part in an Alabama football tradition. Golden Flake, celebrating 65 years as the official chip of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Bromberg scoring drive recap. 6 plays, 80 yards, 3:10 off the clock for Auburn as they've taken a 7-0 lead. Christian Miller, our Cooks Pest Control sideline reporter. Boy, they gashed Alabama in a big way with the quarterback running the football there.
They really did, Chris, and that's why you have to respect Robbie Ashford's speed. I mean, you got to treat him like an extra running back there. That guy is capable of making big plays on the ground, and we knew that going in there. And that's why it's so important to dominate that line of scrimmage, get good knockback, but the secondary also has to take better angles and make sure they're not arm tackling and wrapping up. That way we eliminate those extra yards.
Here's McPherson on to kick off for the Tigers. Alabama with Gibbs, the deep man, but the kick will come to the near side where Brooks will take it at the 19. He'll get to the 25. He'll get to the 30. Jacory to the 35 and up to the 37-yard line. Good starting field position there. John Parker Wilson for Alabama after the return gets them to the 38-yard line for Alabama. What do you expect to see from the Tide? A big first play of the drive earlier, but then things stalled.
Yeah, Auburn went 3 and out. Then the next drive came down, went 6 plays, 80 yards for the touchdown. So Alabama only 4 plays on their first drive. We're going to get something going right here. Get some momentum on our side of the offensive ball. 2 in the backfield with Bryce Young, those being Gibbs and McClellan for the Crimson Tide. The handoff will go. Nope. Bryce keep himself. He'll throw. He's got a man and it's dropped. He was trying to connect with Latu, and that's a tough pass for a tight end to catch at or below the knees. Tough catch indeed. Fake the handoff underneath, splint to the right, and it's kind of a back shoulder wheel round almost for the tight end, and it's out of shoestrings, and he can't bend down and pick it up. So now second down to 10 coming up from Alabama. I do like this 2 running back set, though, with Gibbs and McClellan both in the backfield for Alabama. Keontae Scott was in coverage, but that pass was just a little too low for Latu to be able to come up with as he was moving on the play. Now play action. Bryce looking. Wanted to go deep. Now he will go deep. He's got a man in Burton. Makes the catch. 15. Stops and gets knocked out of bounds inside the 10-yard line. Bama setting up shop inside the Chick-fil-A red zone on the big gain on that play for the Crimson Tide all the way down to the 10-yard line. Oh, that ball is a post. It is completed all the way almost to the left sideline. Perfect protection from Alabama. Bryce steps up to the pocket, knows he wants to hit it, and waits and waits and waits. And Burton able to create some separation and a throw right on the money from Bryce Young. 52 yards on the pickup. Alabama will have Latu in motion to the right side, who will block for McClellan, trying to find room. Gets stood up, stacked up, and brought down by Cam Riley, the weak side linebacker, about a yard into that drive. He will get 1 yard of the play. It will be second and goal now from the 9. Yeah, this drive started right inside the 10-yard line, so Alabama's got to score a touchdown right here to get the first down. Bring in Robbie Oots to bring in a little extra.
We know where the beef is.
Yeah, on the right side right now, so good. One running back, McClellan, 2 tight ends in the game for Alabama.
Also in the game, Isaiah Bond at wideout. He goes in the backfield briefly, then goes out to the right. The handoff goes left side. McClellan churning those legs, gets to the 5, brought down just inside the 5-yard line. It'll be 3rd and goal from the 4.
Isaiah Bond came in motion, but right behind Bryce, and then reverses field back to the right, sets up the screen pass later in the game, and that was a nice hard run from McClellan off the left tackle to get inside the 5-yard from Alabama.
Alabama 0 for 1 on 3rd down attempts so far, but now Bryce will have 3 wideouts to the right side. Brooks along with Burton, and also JoJo Earl to the right side of the formation. Tied in to the left, Latu. In the backfield, it will be McClellan. Bryce gets the snap, rolling to his right as he's flush, heading for the pylon. Get the race, wins the race. Touchdown, Alabama. 5-yard run. We were all trying to just will Bryce Young ahead of the Auburn defense. He gets there, and Alabama is an extra point away from tying it up.
Seen it all year long. Bryce Young creating plays with his feet. Once it breaks down, he was looking to the bunch set on the right. 3 receivers to the right. Takes his drop. Nothing's there. Auburn covers it up pretty good. Had a little rush from the left side, but pulls it down. And then it's just green grass to the right. He pulls it down for the touchdown.
Jalen Simpson, the corner for Auburn, couldn't win the foot race to cut him off. Now here's Reichard trying to boot the extra point that would tie it up. He does just that on the snap from Nealon Hibbett. The hold from James Burnup, and it didn't take long. Bama knotting the score at 7. 6:25 to go with the opening quarter of play here in Tuscaloosa on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Putting together a winning drive
3rd and long from the shotgun.
takes focus, determination,
There's the snap, dropping back.
and that powerful form of energy
Scrambles to his right, looking downfield.
called belief.
Launches it toward the end zone.
That belief in a team, in a community of fans, in each other.
Touchdown!
That powerful energy connects us all. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Power for a better Alabama.
Hey, Bama fans, Hibbett has the hottest footwear from Nike, Jordan, and other name brands, including the latest from Retro Jordans, KD, LeBron, and more to match toe-to-head. Plus, pick up officially licensed Alabama gear at your local Hibbett store. And at Hibbett, we reward you for your purchases. Become an MVP today and enjoy exclusive perks for shopping with us. Visit Hibbett.com for more details. Roll Tide.
The elephant, powerful, relentless, a beast with brains. When the earth starts to tremble and the distant rumble grows, get ready. The Crimson Tide is coming. This Alabama tradition is brought to you by your local Ford dealer, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide. Find great offers on Ford F-150 trucks at buyfordnow.com today. Not all models, trims, or features may be available. Contact your dealer for more information.
Fans, Crimson Tide scored a rushing touchdown today, so you score a free donut with the purchase of a beverage from Dunkin'. Run by your local Alabama Dunkin' tomorrow to redeem this offer using your Alabama Crimson Tide app or visit rolltide.com/Dunkin'. Score more with Dunkin' and Bama touchdowns all season long. 5 plays, 62 yards, 2 minutes, 1 second off the clock. That is your Brombergs scoring drive recap for Alabama. John Parker Wilson, 7-7. Our score was 6:25 to go in the first.
God, what a nice play to Jermaine Burton on the deep post route. Good protection from Alabama up front, and then hitting it deep. I mean, the ability for him to create that separation so late in the play, and Bryce to be able to find him. Love to see it early on from Alabama.
Love giving away free food. Touchdown in the red zone, free chicken sandwich from Chick-fil-A when you check out that Chick-fil-A app. Kickoff from Will Reichard, sails into the end zone and through the back of it, and Auburn will start off 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line. Alabama hopefully settling things for the defense with the offense doing its job and answering right back.
Yeah, and we know what Auburn's going to do right now. 2 of 3 passing for Ashford, only 2 yards, but 6 rushes for 71 yards for Auburn. Look, they're going to the huddle every play. Something different for Alabama's defense to be able to recognize what you break it with the formations. I mean, really haven't seen it all season long where you've got to adjust your side to the strength of the ball. So Auburn going old school, and I think we're going to continue to see more of the same and just rushing the ball from Auburn's offense.
Yeah, pair of tight ends, Fromm and Deal. They've also got two men split slightly wide right. It's Deal that's going in motion left side. They'll run it right with Bigsby. Bama strings it out, knocks him down. He didn't wax the dude, but he got him pretty good around the 20-yard line. Alabama's Eli Ricks leading the way there for the Crimson Tide.
And it was Jordan Battle coming down from his safety spot that really made that play of taking on the lead blocker, the tight end that freed up Ricks. And Christian said it after the last drive, it's about secondary tackling. We've got to get down here and tackle these running backs, tackle Robbie Ashford, and right there, Eli Ricks delivered a big blow.
3 wideouts left for Auburn, 2 split wide right. Tank Bigsby, one of those 3 left, so it's an empty set at least for a moment. But here comes Tank pulling up in the backfield briefly. They'll swing it back to him. He'll try to cut it back, then goes left. He gets stacked up, brought down at the 20-yard line. Brian Branch, a star indeed. That's the name of the position, and it's the role he plays, setting up a 3rd and long now for the Tigers.
That's what you want to see, Bradley. Forcing the 3rd and long, and Brian Branch recognizes the play. Just a simple little screen pass out to Tank Bigsby as he comes in motion.
3rd and 14, quick pitch left side. Bigsby trying to get to the edge. There's not one. He's shoved out of bounds after a gain of a couple. DeMarco Helms, Brian Branch, again the secondary coming up and helping in run stop there. And there's a little bit of jawing, I'll say, back and forth near the Bama sideline as these two teams are getting after each other early. And 4th down Auburn, they'll have to punt it away.
Love to see it. Love to see the little chatter over there on Alabama's sideline. Getting a 3-and-out truck work stop right there from DeMarco Helms coming down. I mean, that's what you want to see. Auburn marches down the field to drive a 4 for a touchdown, and right there, Alabama standing strong on the run game.
A couple of candidates for a truck works big-time stop. You heard the whistles before the punt. It'll be a procedure penalty
Number 29
on Auburn. They had a man moving right there, so that's their 2nd penalty for 10 yards for the Tigers. Derek Hall guilty of procedure there. And so once more, here's Chapman on the punt, standing back at his own 5-yard line. Kool-Aid with his heels near the 35 of Alabama, waiting on it. Pressure coming, nearly blocked. He gets the punt away. Kool-Aid, a fair catch called for him, made right at the 35. But my goodness, great pursuit there from Alabama's Emmanuel Henderson Jr. Oh, he almost got to it, but just missed the block. Took the right angle and everything, but a heck of an effort by Chapman to get it away.
I don't know how he didn't run it to the kicker or rub the kicker. He was coming so fast it just barely missed it. But once again, great starting field position for Alabama here at the 35, who just took their last drive down for touchdown. Love to see Alabama put in the paint again.
Jameer Gibbs in the backfield to the right of Bryce Young. 3 wideouts are split left for the Crimson Tide. Latu, the tight end, to the right side. Young gets the snap, hands it off. Gibbs running left side. He gets to the 40. He gets cut down to the 41-yard line, but a gain of 6, maybe 7 of the play for Alabama. Jalen Simpson, the corner, came up and delivered the hit.
Gibbs looks fresh right now. He looks quick. He's decisive. Hit that hole right there. Broke a tackle about 2 yards after the line of scrimmage and getting it going.
Kendrick Law, one of 3 wideouts right. Gibbs still back there with Bryce. Play action. Bryce stepping up in the pocket, throwing incomplete. He had heavy pressure coming and had to unload it ahead of time for JoJo Earl. It was an underthrown pass, and it will be 3rd down and 3.5 upcoming for the Tide. Morris Joseph applying the pressure.
Had Latu man-to-man. Looked at him on the out route from the nub side. He was all alone on the left side, and then as he's climbing the pocket, just gets pressure from the left, kind of nudged and hit on his hip as he throws it. It goes about 5 yards incomplete.
3rd down on a long 3. Brooks becomes one of 3 men to the right side of the formation, splitting to that side. Latu split left, the tight end. Bryce looking to throw with a flag on the play. Pass is caught for a 1st down, at least momentarily, but I think Bama may have been lined up wrong right there. Kendrick Law made the grab around the 46 of the Tigers. But I think this one is indeed coming back.
Offside. Defense number 29.
Oh, goodness.
That penalty will be declined. Result of the play in the first down.
I love being wrong. That is a bank first down as you've got an injured Tiger down on the play. And I believe that's Derek Hall, the edge rusher, who is down there. And John Parker, that's a free play. And again, I was afraid we had somebody lined up wrong. Glad that wasn't the case.
I did too, but Bryce able to step in the pocket, deliver a strike right there across the middle wall. He caught it twice. You only get credit for one catch, but able to secure for the first down. And Hall has friendly fire. He runs into his buddy Colby Wooten on the other side. I think it might be a shoulder injury for him, but in pain on the ground right now, still kicking his heel into the turf. Not feeling good.
It's an injury timeout. It's brought to you by Andrews Sports Medicine Orthopedic Center, the official sports medicine provider for the Alabama Crimson Tide football team. And again, that is not fun to see. That is not pleasant for a player, but it's one of your own teammates that hit you. Those are normally, or quite often, I should say, some of the most lethal blows.
Yeah, he's rushing. They're both trying to rush the quarterback, Bryce Young. He steps up perfectly and able to find his guy downfield, and it's a big conversion right there for Alabama. You just forced Auburn to go 3 and out. Here you got yourself looking at 3 and out, but able to pick it up. Now you're inside Auburn's territory with their best pass rusher, who's standing up to his feet right now, but does not look comfortable running up the field. Look like a left shoulder injury. Now Alabama's going to go to work and try to get another touchdown, put points on the board right here. This is kind of the area in the field. After you flip it, they've got an injury timeout where you take a shot. We saw it last drive to Jermaine Burton for 52 yards on the post. I would not be surprised if Bill O'Brien didn't try to do it again.
We're going to get Christian Miller ready because I want his perspective on how Alabama's been able to attack Auburn on the last drive and so far on this one, what he's seeing. But right now, Alabama facing a 1st and 10 from the Auburn 46-yard line. Young with a man behind him and Jace McClellan. Bryce barking out the signals, has a man in motion. He'll flip it to him, coming left side. That will be Gibbs, and he'll get close to the first down. It'll be a gain of about 7 on the play. Christian, what's Alabama doing to this Auburn defense right now?
You know, they're winning the line of scrimmage battle up front. They're doing a great job when they're running the football, get in push, doing a really nice job on the perimeter as well. But most importantly, every time they step back to throw the football, Bryce is always protected. So they're doing a really nice job and being very efficient right now.
Christian Miller, our Cook's Pest Control sideline reporter. 2nd and a couple as Utes goes in motion left side. They'll swing it left side to Brooks, and he's got the little bubble screen. He gets inside the Auburn 30-yard line. They split Utes left late on the formation and gave Bama an extra blocker there.
Yeah, Utes blocking along with Kendrick Law. And Ja'Cory Brooks just slips right to the 2 blockers, able to pick up the first down. Nice little play. Bill O'Brien drawing up so far. Tall sweep to Gibbs for the big pickup, and then nice little screen to the perimeter.
From the Auburn 28-yard line. Utes again in motion to the left side. Play action, looking left. Young throws it that side. Utes all alone 20. Utes at the 15, lowers his head and runs over a defensive back, getting down to the 12-yard line. Same look, very different play.
It was. They were trying to hit it downfield. Auburn drops and gets very soft. And as Alabama gets in the Chick-fil-A red zone, it's Robbie Utes who catches it. And there's nobody within 20 yards of him, picks it up, and nice first down for Alabama.
15 plus on the play. Jahmyr Gibbs back in the game. He is to the right of Bryce, operating from the pistol formation. 2 wideouts each side. Now here comes Latu pulling to the right side. The handoff goes to Gibbs, and he gets stacked up as he gets to the line of scrimmage. Maybe a yard gained on that play to the 10.
Yeah, Colby Wooten right there coming to the backside and make the play. Alabama, though, 2nd and 9 from the 10, so still can pick up a first down. We saw it last time when they got out of here in the red zone. It was Jace McClellan able to get inside the 5, and then Bryce reined it in from the 5-yard line, trying to pass it. So
7-7 score, a minute 52 and ticking. Time left, first quarter. Alabama driving inside the Auburn 10-yard line. JoJo Earl in motion to the right side. Bryce gets the snap, looks right, looks left, has a man catch made. McClellan. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Touchdown, Alabama. 10-yard touchdown play. Bryce to Jace, and the Tide is on top for the first time today.
Once again, I thought it was a great play call from Bill O'Brien. Sprint the pocket to the right and then set the screen up all the way back to the left. That was easy as it gets for Alabama. Touchdown. Going up 13-0 with Will Riker about to knock this PAT down.
From the 10-yard line, Bama able to stick it in the end zone. Now from just beyond the 10, the placement will be made. The snap a little high. The spot is down. The kick is up. It is good. Nice job on the part of James Burnett to get that one down, and booting it through will be Will Reichard as Alabama has taken a 14-7 lead. The Bromberg scoring drive, 8 plays, 65 yards, 2 minutes, 52 seconds off the clock. And what do you know, John Parker Wilson, the Tide looking like Alabama here on defense and on offense.
And, you know, get it done through the air right now. On that drive, 5 of 6, 58 yards. We rushed it 2 for 7 yards, picked up 4 first downs, and just efficient, converting on third down. And I'm really liking what Bill O'Brien's doing, moving the guys around the tunnel. We've seen Jace come in jet sweeps. We've seen him come in yo-yo motions where you come in motion and then go back, return to where you were. Jermaine Burton with a big play on the last drive for the touchdown. And Alabama, I think Christian said it perfectly. They're controlling the line of scrimmage. When Bryce does drop, he's had plenty of time. Really good pass protection so far against above average Auburn defensive pass rush. Now Alabama's defense is about to go back on the field, and it's going to come down to this entire game is tackling in the open field, especially with the secondary. Brian Branch, DeMarco Helms, Jordan Battle getting down in there, making tackles against this really good Auburn rushing attack.
Tell you what, anybody that questioned whether this team or this fan base would be into this ball game today in Tuscaloosa, man,
it's Iron Bowl.
You got an answer very, very quick to both of those things. Here's Reichert to kick it off. A kick that once again will sail into and through the end zone. It is a touchback. He hooked it just inside the pylon. So there's not a penalty. It is indeed a touchback. Christian, I've got to think the energy level on the sideline right now is really high.
That's exactly right, Chris. A lot of guys are jumping around with enthusiasm. These guys came out here ready to play, and it's carrying over into this football game. It's going to be important that they carry all 4 quarters because it's going to be a long one.
No question. 1st and 10 Auburn from their own 25-yard line. Robbie Ashford, the quarterback, breaks the huddle with Jarquez Hunter as the single setback. And operating under center will be Ashford. He'll roll the pocket after play action. He will fire. The catch is made and a nice grab. Low pass, Shedrick Jackson, another Hoover native, made the catch there. That one was down around his knees, but the receiver able to make the play, and it's going to be enough for a first down on the 12-yard pickup.
Yeah, just a bootleg that time from Robbie Ashford. You get the high-low read, you get the flat, and then you get the number 2 crosser who found some open. And you know, we talk about tackling in the secondary. When you see the bootleg, you got to reverse field, find those crossing routes.
Wide out left, 2 tight ends right for Auburn. The eye set. They'll go option look left side. They'll get it to Hunter. He'll get to the edge. He lost the football. It's on the deck. Who's got it? I believe it's Alabama. It is. It's DJ Dale, and the Tide will take over in Auburn territory. I don't know if it got stripped or if Hunter gave us a gift. Regardless, it's Alabama football, and the Tide looks to add. What'd you see, Christian?
Looked like he was running the football right here, and it might have just hit right off of his own teammate. Right there. His lead blocker was running right in front of him. He ran right into him, and the ball popped right off his lead blocker's back. Alabama recovered it. Now has a chance to go down and score once again.
John Samuel Schenker was trying to block, and instead the ball got knocked out of Hunter's arm when they collided. So Bama with it at the Auburn 48. Here's Brooks in motion. He'll change directions, go back where he came from, as now Bryce steps up in the pocket. He's looking deep. He'll throw it underneath. A beautiful diving grab Isaiah Bond, a great adjustment, making the catch for a bank first down.
That's a good catch right there for Bond. Bill O'Brien trying to push it deep after turnover. Let's throw it deep, get it in the end zone, and then Bond on his crossing route goes low and makes an acrobatic catch for a first down.
Jace McClellan in the backfield to the right of Bryce Young. Gets the snap, hands it off, no. Play action, slant, Brooks, catch made, down inside the 15, and knocked down just shy of the 10-yard line. Beautiful fake, beautiful execution, beautiful to see as Bama looks to add to its 14-7 lead late here in the first quarter, a 24-yard gain. Now Bryce will send Latu, the tight end, to the left side. 2 wideouts right, 1 wideout left. He this time will hand it off. McClellan inside the 5, pulling his way to that 4-yard line. Maybe if they give him forward progress, they won't. He'll get to the 5 in the final 6 seconds of this opening quarter will tick away. But what a response by Nick Saban's Tide after Auburn scored early. Bama gets the next 2 touchdowns and looks to add another when we come back. 14-7 is our score here at the end of the first quarter. Good guys on top on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. I'm your game day face paint, and you just rubbed me right into your eye. Now your vision is super irritated. So is that driver you just hit. And if you have cut rate car insurance, these damages will rob you blind. So switch to Allstate, save $744, and get protected from mayhem like me.
Average annual savings of new customers surveyed in 2021 who reported auto savings when switching to Allstate. In most states, prices vary based on how you buy. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
From Barton to Willie to Mac and Tua, this is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Barkley Buick GMC Cadillac is a local family-owned dealership in Tuscaloosa. Barkley has an award-winning service department, a state-of-the-art body shop, and a beautiful showroom waiting to welcome you. And BarkleyGMC.com opens our online showroom to you. So do what thousands of satisfied customers have already done. Get your new car, truck, or SUV from Barkley Buick GMC Cadillac, keeping Crimson Tide fans on the road for over 42 years.
Barkley makes it easy.
Ready for our little forest adventure?
Yes! So much waiting for me. Yeah, I wanna go outside. I wanna be.
We're here.
Whoa, that was fast.
There's a forest closer than you think. Find a park or forest near you and music inspired by nature at discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by USDA Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Our scoreboard update brought to you by Alabama Power. I'm Brian Houseworth, live with you in studio. Number 8 Clemson falls to Carolina today, 31-30. Number 2 Ohio State not just beaten, dismantled by Michigan, 45-23. Kentucky leading number 25 Louisville, 13-0 second quarter. And right now, number 9 Oregon trailing Oregon State 10-7. In the Civil War, folks, these polls are going to be changing. I'm Brian Houseworth. Back to Bryant, Denny, and Chris.
Brian, thank you so much. Our first quarter recap is presented by Auto Owners Insurance, and Auto Owners is proud to support the Crimson Tide this season. Visit rolltide.com/Auto Owners to partner with an independent Alabama agent who can provide local, personalized expertise today. 190 yards of total offense for Alabama in the first 15 minutes, 96 for Auburn, 147-14 in the passing game. Auburn out rushing Alabama 82-43. The Tide flagged once for 15 yards, 2 penalties, 10 yards for Auburn. The Tide with 9 first downs to 5 for the opposition. But while Bama's 2 of 3 in the red zone, Auburn also has turned it over once, which has set up the opportunity for Alabama. The Tide driving from the 48 of Auburn to where they are now at the Tiger 6, and technically they can get a first down without a touchdown as that first down marker's right at the 1.
Knocking on the door right here at the 6-yard line.
For number 5, Roydell Williams finding the end zone, and Alabama takes a 20-7 lead on the first play of quarter number 2.
Love it right there. Got Cameron Latu, left tight end, Tyler Steen, and then Cohen at the left guard, just clearing out the pile. And Ja'Cory Brooks comes down from his wide receiver position to spring Roydell free. Alabama up on 20-7 right now on Auburn.
Reichert on to try another extra point. The hold from Burnham. The snap from Neelan Hibbett upcoming. All three are executed and all three are perfect, and Alabama hadn't been perfect, but 3 out of 4 ain't bad. That's what the Tide has done offensively on their scoring drive so far today. Bama taking advantage of the Auburn turnover. 48-yard scoring drive, 4 plays in 1 minute exactly coming off the scoreboard clock. That is your Bromberg's scoring drive recap for Alabama. And boy, Christian Miller, one heck of a start for Nick Saban and the Tide.
That's exactly right, Chris. These guys are fired up, and they look like they are ready to play. That's what we needed from this group right here. They are playing some of the best football that we've seen them play this whole season, and not a better matchup to do it here, right here in the Iron Bowl. This one's special, and they're playing like it is.
Yeah, perfect example on the run pass option that Jacory Brooks took down inside the red zone. I saw J.C. Latham, the right tackle. He's fist pumping as he's running down. This is a pass play. He's jacked up. They're fired up. You know, a little chippy earlier when Auburn ran the ball on Alabama's sideline, just because these guys are fired up.
Reichert approaches the football. Toe meets leather again, and dear Lord, he booted that one through the back of the end zone. It hit right at the back line before it touched, and that's 3 of 4 that have been touchbacks for Will today. And in fact, the one they did return on the opening kick did not get across the 20-yard line or the 22-yard line. So Auburn starting from their 25 right here, and interesting to see if Alabama can keep pouring it on with the defense, although Auburn has hit on a couple of big run plays.
They have. They've been exposed to the runs. I think they're going to continue to do that. You know, kind of like got to stick with the game plan right now. Down 21-7, they're still going to want to run the ball.
Hunter Moore and Worsham are the wideouts for Auburn. We've got a whistle and a flag, and I believe Auburn moved there.
Offense number 71. 5-yard penalty. First down.
Correct myself. It was Hunter who was in the backfield as the single setback to the left of Ashford. But the third penalty covering 15 yards puts Auburn in a 1st and 15, and that's not a set of circumstances they want to see very often today. So from the Alabama, or from their own 20-yard line, I should say, double handoff. They'll run right side with Hunter, trying to get to the edge. 25, gets to the 30. He gets to the 35 and almost to the 40-yard line before he gets knocked out of bounds. And again, running it effectively, not in the passing game, but some misdirection in the run game.
Yeah, had 2 to the left. It was actually a quarterback handed the ball to the running back underneath, and it was a reverse. He handed it again to Hunter, who ran to the right. So misdirection from Auburn right there on offense.
15 yards on the pickup. They'll work from their own 39-yard line. Bama tried to rush from the edge, and now they'll throw, and that pass is almost intercepted. Ashford's pass was behind his intended receiver, and unfortunately for Alabama, it was also behind the defensive back, Eli Ricks.
Yeah, it was so far to the DB didn't even have a chance to get it. It was actually, the ball was deflected from Johnson, and that's why Ricks didn't catch it, or that would have been a turnover for Alabama.
Good pressure coming from Jaheim Otis. We thought he would play a role in today's ball game, and he's been an impact player already.
He's been an impact player all season long, especially the second half. Otis gets disruptive in the backfield right there again in the passing game.
Take Bigsby in the backfield, waiting on Ashford to get the snap and then toss it to him. He'll get to the edge again. He'll cut it back and get near that first down mark. It will be enough, I believe, to move the sticks as they run it effectively. Deontay Lawson got the stop, but not until Bigsby is able to get to the corner and pick up the first down with 14 minutes to go in quarter number 2.
And Christian, seems like Auburn's been pretty productive on those perimeter runs of catching an edge and then cutting up field.
That's exactly right, JP. They're really trying to test the secondary to see how well these guys can tackle. I don't think they want to go against the front of the Alabama defense, so they're trying to hit the perimeter, try to test these cornerbacks and safeties to see if they can tackle their skill guys in the perimeter.
From their own 49-yard line, Auburn with a strong side to the right, 2 wideouts left. Ashford looking to throw. Still looking. Throws across the middle. Catch is made. Tackle is made at the Alabama 32-yard line by Henry Toe on Coy Moore. The wide out for Auburn. The middle was wide open that time after a 17-yard pickup.
Yeah, we just dropped the guy in coverage. It was good protection from Auburn. And somebody miscommunicated in the Alabama secondary because Coy Moore wide open. Luckily, Henry Toe dropping to his zone on the left side, able to come off of it and make the tackle.
From the 34 of the Crimson Tide, empty backfield for Ashford. As I say that, he'll signal and get Bigsby in the backfield with a tight end to the right side. Play action again. Ashford dumping it back to Bigsby, trying to make a man miss. Can't do it. Gets brought down at the 31. He will, however, gain a couple on the play. DeMarco Helms, the free safety, a nice open field tackle.
Auburn once again moves the pocket for Robbie Ashford. Takes the hand up underneath, rolls a little bit to the left, and then kind of almost like a screen pass to the running back with no blockers, but good open field tackle that time from Helms, who keeps the guy in front of him. Rest of Alabama's defense is coming to help and then gets him on the ground.
Jarquez Hunter in, take Bigsby out for Auburn, as they will have 2nd and 8 upcoming. 12-17 and moving. Time left. Second quarter. Alabama on top 21-7 here in Tuscaloosa over the Auburn Tigers. Ashford swings it out to Hunter right side. Trying to get blocking on the edge. Does, but gets knocked out of bounds just shy of the first down mark by Brian Branch, among others who were over there to try and help.
Screen pass to the right. Another time, just an extension of a perimeter run. Get Hunter on the edge. Let the receivers do some blocking. Third short opportunity for Alabama. Auburn's in field goal range right now. They get their backup kicker, McPherson, on the sidelines, but at the 25-yard line, already in field goal range. Alabama, you're going to try to keep them with only 3 points on the board.
3 tight ends and the power look. They'll hand it right side, and they will get the first down as Hunter will push forward for a gain of about 3 on the play. Nothing really fancy. They're a little creative in what they're doing, and tip your hat to Cadillac Williams and that staff. They understand who they are right now, and they're being pretty effective.
That's exactly right. So you just load up the right side, get everybody over there. No receivers in the game. True jumbo package. 2 running backs, 3 tight ends, and we're just going to get this first down on the ground. Right off the right tackle, pick it up.
Tigers will put 3 wideouts left. They'll go with a tight end to each side of the formation as well. They'll bring a man in motion in Johnson to the right. They'll go on the toss left side. Bigsby trying to cut it up. Gets knocked down at the 21-yard line by Jordan Battle. It'll be a gain of maybe a yard on the play.
Pressure doesn't get much better right there from Jordan Battle coming down after Toe seals off the outside.
Yeah, JP, Malachi Moore did a really nice job playing the block right there by the wide receiver, freeing up Jordan Battle to come down there and make a nice tackle on the edge.
Biggest key on all this, isn't it? Assignment football. I know it is all the time.
Exactly right. So you come in, take the blocker, and the safety's got to fill in behind you, and that's only a 1-2-yard pickup on first down. We'll take that all day long.
Jackson and Moore among the wide receivers to the right side, along with Javarius Johnson for Auburn. Pistol formation, single setback. Bigsby, the handoff will go to him. He cuts it back. He spins away from one man, but he's wrapped up low. Nice tackle by Henry there. A gain of a yard, no more. And it'll be 3rd and long upcoming for the Tigers as we near the 10-minute mark of quarter number 2.
Good play up front right there. Tim Smith getting involved. Otis was the big guy, though. Crosses face to the left guard, forcing that ball to be cut back to the right. Otis getting involved, man. He's been all over the field today. It's just here in the second quarter.
3rd down and 8. 3 wideouts right. Hunter in the game. Bigsby out for Auburn. Ashford, the quarterback from the pistol again, gets the snap, wants to throw. Looking right, firing towards the end zone. It is going to be caught. Touchdown Auburn. We had to wait on the signal very late. Maybe the best pass of the year thrown by Robbie Ashford, 20 yards. And Auburn has made this a 1-score game. They've got a player down around the 28-yard line being attended to, but that was a beautiful throw and catch made in the back of the end zone by the Tigers.
He dropped that in the bucket. That was a great throw. Wide receiver coming from the number 3 spot, runs a wheel route, so out and then up, and then Robbie Ashford with enough time, throws it with enough air. Just a really good throw and catch though. Brian Branch coming from the inside, has to try to trail the wide receiver and just not enough to get there.
Another injury timeout brought to you by Andrew Sports Medicine and Orthopedic Center, the official sports medicine provider for the Alabama Crimson Tide football team. This is a member of the Auburn squad that is down at the moment. Can't tell for sure, but believe it's Jeremiah Wright, the Selma, Alabama native, who is being attended to back around the 27-28 yard line after the Tigers were able to score on that 20-yard strike. 10 plays, 75 yards on the drive. 5:22 coming off the clock. That's your Bromberg scoring drive recap for Auburn. The extra point pending as Jeremiah Wright is now up and walking off the field on his own power. And now the Tigers will once more bring McPherson out to try that extra point. Trying to make it a 21-14 ball game. Again, 9:34 remaining here in the second quarter of play in Tuscaloosa. Both offenses moving the football effectively. A turnover, the difference in this one so far, is the extra point attempt is up, and it is good by McPherson. It is indeed a 7-point ball game. Bama leading at 21-14 when we come back here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hi, my name is Jackie, and a little thing that I love about the Chick-fil-A peppermint chip milkshake is the whipped cream and the cherry on top. It's like a little bow on top of this great present of peppermint chip goodness. It tastes like the holidays.
Hey, my name is Chandler, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A peppermint chip milkshake is the little pieces of the peppermint that you get. For me, no milkshake is topping the peppermint chip milkshake.
Order a Chick-fil-A peppermint chip milkshake on the Chick-fil-A app today. Available for a limited time. Real customers paid for their testimonials.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Alabama Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
If you've recently tested positive for COVID-19 or have COVID symptoms, you might be eligible for monoclonal antibody treatment that could keep you out of the hospital. Visit crushcovid.com to learn more. Get tested, get treated, crushcovid.com. Man, some hopes getting crushed around the country. How about South Carolina beating Clemson 31-30? That is a final now in Death Valley. The Gamecocks getting it done. They have a serious disdain for orange, don't they? They have taken it to those that wear that color over the course of the last few weeks. Well, yes. Enemy of my enemy is my friend. So they got that done today. Georgia 37-14 winner over Georgia Tech as well. Brian Houseworth will have all the scores for you coming up at halftime. 9:34 is the time left. T-Mobile giving you that update. Thank you to T-Mobile for their partnership with us here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Kickoff goes to Jahmyr Gibbs. Flag on the plays. He gets across the 25 into the 30-yard line. This one looks like it'll be backed up somewhat here. Got a block in the back.
With the quick palms up. That's dead giveaway.
Yeah.
Carry return. Block in the back. Number 15 in the receiving team. Half the distance from the goal. First down.
Who me is not a thing you want to see from your side when a penalty flag's on the deck.
No, especially special teams. Alabama's had the luxury of pretty good field position this game, and now we're going to start the ball from our own 7-yard line. So a long way to go. 9:27 left to go here in the second. Alabama won the coin toss, deferred to the second half, so we'll get the ball to start the third quarter. But Bryce, so far these past 3 drives, has gone 3 touchdowns. Had the run by Bryce, the run by McClellan, and then the last one, the run by Roydell Williams. They've been pretty explosive in the pass game. I'd like to see it going here.
So Alabama starting from their own 10. A 1st and 10 for the Crimson Tide, or inside their own 10-yard line. They'll spot it at the 8. Handoff will go to Gibbs. He will make one man miss and then zig his way up around the 13 before being brought down after a gain of about 5, maybe 6 on the play. Zion Pickett, the safety, came up to make the hit for Auburn, but like seeing running between the tackles, picking up that kind of yardage as Auburn has a man down. Back around the 14-yard line. Slow to get up is Morris Joseph. Man, he is well traveled. 6'2", 280, and a senior from Orange, Texas. He started his collegiate career at Texas San Antonio, then went to Iowa Western Community College before moving to Memphis, and now he is wearing an Auburn uniform in his senior campaign. Timeout on the field will break as well. 9:09 to go. It's 21-14, Alabama with the ball in the lead here in quarter number 2 on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey Bama fans, Hibbett has the hottest footwear from Nike, Jordan, and other name brands, including the latest from Retro Jordans, KD, LeBron, and more to match toe to head. Plus pick up officially licensed Alabama gear at your local Hibbett store. And at Hibbett, we reward you for your purchases. Become an MVP today and enjoy exclusive perks for shopping with us. Visit Hibbett.com for more details. Roll Tide.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
You're not too cool for me. And in return, I reciprocate that sentiment. I'll never be too cool for you. I was a man with a plan, but now I'm a dad with a decree, and you can't take that from me. Please let it be noted that I told my job they can dock my pay. Right now it's just too important to take you to school every day. I want to be legendary for you. I want you to puff out your chest when you go to school, the same way I do. I walk taller because of you, because I found everything to live for.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear. Call me Papa Bear, because I'm grilling up dinner. Did you get it?
Yes, good job.
So, what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Second down and 3 upcoming for Alabama. Crimson Tide operating from inside their own 15-yard line. The ball's on the 14. After the run from Jahmyr Gibbs, and Christian Miller telling us during the timeout that good news, Jace McClellan up on the sidelines and is available to come back in. So hopefully after he had to leave earlier, he'll have a chance to come back and likely could see him soon. 2 tight ends in the game for Alabama, both to the right side with Oots and Latu. Handoff will again go to McClellan. He will lower his head. He'll bull his way forward, and he's going to get maybe a yard, but not much more. It'll be 3rd down and a couple there for the Crimson Tide, and Auburn's got another man down. Boy, they have had 3 in a row that have taken hard knocks. And that tells you bad luck, but also some hard hitting. Marquise Burks, the Chicago native, is the one who is down, and there is no doubt, Christian, there are some serious licks being passed, and that's not uncommon in this rivalry.
Yeah, Chris, we knew it was going to be a physical matchup, but there's just been so many injuries so far, and I pray these guys are all right, but it's definitely a tough matchup up front, especially in the line of scrimmage, and we're seeing that with all these guys going down so early in the football game.
Another injury timeout, and again, each of those brought to you by Andrews Sports Medicine and Orthopedic Center, the official sports medicine provider of the Alabama Crimson Tide football team. John Parker Wilson, Alabama, probably would like to get McClellan back in, but when a guy's been nicked up a little bit, usually you don't like to see him go in when you got your back towards your own end zone like this.
Yeah, and I think we have the luxury of multiple running backs. You know, you saw Roydell come in and run the touchdown. Gibbs looks healthy, running the ball well. So, you know, you give him a couple extra drives to get back fully going. And right now, Alabama 3rd and 1 coming up. I wouldn't be surprised if we had Roydell come into the game and try to just ground this one out for the first down. But Alabama have been effective both running and throwing. 11 rushes, 54 yards on the ground. And Bryce through the air, 8 of 11, 147 yards. We've seen some explosive throws. We've seen some explosive runs. But physical up front and the offensive line right there. I don't know if you get credit for a pancake. It was Seth McLaughlin and Javion Cohen who both double teamed that time Burks to get him on the ground. And just I like the energy that this team is playing with today. We can see it on the sidelines. The fans are great. Everybody's into it, just getting after it. We got to be able to sustain this for 4 quarters, though, because Auburn finding themselves only down 7 points. It's going to be a dogfight.
Hey, our radio affiliate of the game is WZMG. These are what I call the missionaries. They're Fox Sports 9:10 a.m. and 13:10 a.m. It's the game, and the missionaries are doing the work in the Opelika-Auburn area. You can follow the Crimson Tide Sports Network on Facebook. Tell us where you're listening from for a chance to win 2 free meals from Jack's. And a big thank you again to WZMG, Fox Sports, 9:10 a.m. and 13:10 a.m. The game in Opelika, Auburn for carrying Alabama football. Bunch of Alabama fans there. Good work, Lord's work there, trying to work the mission field and keep the faith. 3rd down and about 1.5 yards upcoming with Jahmyr Gibbs to the right of the quarterback, Bryce Young, who operates from the pistol formation. 2 wide out, split each side for Alabama at the moment. Latu in the slot. Gibbs showed an empty backfield briefly and then says, no, I'm going back. So he's there waiting on the snap from Young. Now he will go to the right as the snap is delivered. Throwing, catching, that's Burton. 1st down and more, 30. Spins at the 33-yard line. A nice bank first down for Alabama. Boy, 17 yards on the pickup there. We talk about eye candy. You get the sugars from all that.
That was so good there. So good. Bill O'Brien did that motion to see what the coverage was. And automatically, Bryce knew it was man-to-man. So then he's got Jermaine Burton on a soft corner on the left side. Quick out route for the 1st down.
Earl goes in motion right side. They swing it out to him, trying to set up the receiver screen. A hold is going to be called as he gets about 5 yards in the play. But Jermaine Burton had too much jersey of an Auburn player right there. Kendrick Law was also there on the right side. Let's see who they call it on from Ken Williamson.
Holding offense number 3. 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. Big 1st down.
3rd penalty, 32 yards, and that wipes off a 5-yard gain. But by the time you back this one up, that becomes a lot more than just a 5-yard penalty.
Yeah, we'll call that a 15-yard penalty, even though it's only going to go down to 10 because the 5-yard pickup.
Showing your education again.
That is flaunting higher education right there. Now we're going to get 20 for the 1st down on this one, Chris.
McClellan back in the ball game. He splits wide right, joining 2 others to that side. Latu and Burton. 2 wide outs are left for Bryce, who operates from the pistol, gets the snap. 1st in a bunch, looking, dancing around the pocket, directing traffic. Could read a book. Now he's got War and Peace, and he'll scramble to his right. He'll unload it, and that one is going to be incomplete. Great coverage downfield by Auburn, and Bryce bought all the time in the world he could before Derek Hall forced him to unload the football.
Yeah, it was really good coverage from Auburn down the field to be able to stick with it for that long, and Alabama just couldn't free open on the scramble drill. Bryce buys as much time as he possibly can, then just throws it out of bounds. 2nd down 10, so you got to get something back here on 2nd down to give yourself a chance on 3rd.
2nd and 20, unfortunately, is that marker that JP saw, much like myself, many times. That's the front end of those 1st down sticks. So all the way back from the 23. The man comes in motion near side. Bryce will dump off the screen left side. Gibbs trying to shake free. Can't really do it. He'll get a couple on the play, but it'll be 3rd and long upcoming. And boy, that hold that we had 2 plays ago looming even larger right now.
Never going to get a penalty. If you're going to get it, though, at least get it on 1st down. But the inability on first and second to pick it up. 3rd and 19 for Alabama. This is a very low percentage. I mean, basically what you're trying to do if you're Bryce, you get lucky and you get a busted coverage and pick it up, but if not, just protect the ball. You don't want to throw it over, throw an interception.
Empty set with 2 wideouts left as Gibbs goes to that side. There are 3 men split wide to the right. No tight end for Alabama. Actually, Latu is split wide right. Bryce with a lot of time, looking downfield, firing, catches made. Law, first down and more. Gets to midfield, gets to the 45 of Auburn, gets to the 40, and gets down to the 35-yard line. A huge bank first down. Butch tells me 39 yards, and Bama moves to 6 again.
Kendrick Law, just his 7th catch of the entire season. And nice route. It was an in-breaking route, ran the deep dig route, broke a tackle about 4 yards short of the chains, and then it picked up yards after catch the first.
Handoff goes to Gibbs. Stutter steps, gets inside the 35 to about the 32 or the 33, actually. It'll be 2nd down and 7 from right there.
Going back to that 3rd down, Chris, our protection up front has been spectacular
really
all day long. Right there, long developing. 3rd 19 takes extra time to get down to the first down.
McClellan in, Gibbs out. Under 6 minutes to go before halftime. Bama on top, 21-14. Latu will come in, offset to the right side. Play action to McClellan. Bryce again with all day, firing towards the end zone. Brooks, catch, touchdown, Alabama! 33 yards. Ja'Cory Brooks, he tied the game with Auburn late last year. Today, he gives Bama a 2-score lead late in the first half. And what a job, as you mentioned before, by that offensive front of Alabama.
Yeah, 3rd catch of the day for Brooks. And right there, once again, all day long, Bryce in the play action. J.P. Latham locked down. I think he might have been throwing that ball to Law, but Brooks was in the right area for the touchdown.
We had 2 men within a half foot of that football. That normally doesn't work out well for you, but it did there for the Tide. Extra point attempt upcoming from Reichard. Snap, spot, kick, all executed perfectly in the Tide with 5:39 to go in the half. Scores for the 4th time on 5 possessions today. 28-14 is our score. Back to Tuscaloosa in a moment on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Southern homes are particularly vulnerable to termites. In this climate, you need guaranteed protection. You need Cook's Pest Control and Centricon. Termites attack the Centricon stations, exposing themselves to an agent that eliminates their entire colony. Upgrade from old-fashioned liquid service to the proven protection of Centricon and Cook's Pest Control. Call Cook's today for a free evaluation.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
And we're back with breaking news. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. Make sure. Jim.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me.
We're on the air.
I need to try it first.
Hi, this is Coach Nick Saban. They say Coke Zero Sugar is refreshingly delicious. Does that make it the best Coke ever? Find out for yourself. Roll Tide.
Eight plays, 92 yards, 3:48 off the game clock, and Bryce Young connecting with Ja'Cory Brooks on the touchdown strike. The extra point from Will Reichard, and it's 28-14. Alabama leading Auburn here in Tuscaloosa. I'm Chris Stewart, filling in for Eli Gold. Great to have him join us on our pregame coverage today for a few moments. John Parker Wilson alongside Christian Miller, looking sharp down on the sidelines, doing a great job as our Cook's Pest Control sideline reporter. Roger Hoover is our broadcast host. You'll hear from him at halftime. Butch Owens, our spotter, our producer engineer, Tom Stipe. Jerry Kelly runs the show back at our CTSN studios, and the boss, Jim Carabin, the vice president, general manager of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. We pause 10 seconds for station identification of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Will Riker to kick it off for Alabama. High end under end kick, fielded at the 5-yard line. Hunter to the 15, to the 20, Hunter to the 30-yard line, gets tackled there, and Will Riker delivers the stop. Saved a touchdown, the kicker, with a great tackle in the open field. Christian Miller, I don't know if he would, pass in tackling drills, but he got the job done right there, didn't he?
He really did right there, Chris. That was an important tackle. If he don't make that tackle, they might have gone for 6 right there. But thank God Will Riker made a really nice tackle. He might be able to play a little linebacker after seeing that one right there.
Look, he was a big old boy when he was born, but he looks like a kicker right now. It will be 1st and 10 for the Tigers with Hunter in the backfield, and they moved, and there's flags everywhere, and they should be.
Ball start, offense number 62. 5-yard penalty.
4th penalty of the day goes on Cameron Stutz, the senior from Killen, Alabama. As that one backs up Auburn 5 yards, but they had 1st and 15 to start their last drive, and it didn't really hurt them.
I think this is the 3rd time of 6 drives they started at 1st and 15.
So operating now from their own 28-yard line. And they moved again, and you're making an impact, Bama fans.
Ball start, offense number 58. 5-yard penalty.
Keandre Jones jumped, and I'm telling you, this place is rocking right now at Bryant-Denny. Bama Nation trying to get us another one right here. As Tank Bixby will check in, and Hunter will check out. From now, they're 23. I set, handoff, Bixby gets across the 25 to about the 27-yard line. But it'll be 2nd down and about 15 from there. Deontay Lawson making the hit for Alabama, but they are getting way too much yardage. Not after contact, but after getting to that line of scrimmage.
Well, this Auburn team can run the ball, and right there, just getting north and south, after 2 negative plays, that was a good pickup for Auburn to get back to 2nd down and 15 of just nothing special. Power football right off the left A gap.
Damari Alston, the single setback to the right of Ashford. Now, as I say that, Bixby will check in to join him. I think they've got all 3 wideouts in the game right now. Young backpedaling, looks, fires, incomplete, and Robbie Ashford is the man who threw the incomplete pass. Great pressure coming from the Tide's Dallas Turner.
Yeah, and I think they were trying to set up the screen right there. Alabama defensive line not fooled, and Robbie Ashford, who keeps backpedaling, waiting for it to unfold, backpedaling, and then finally has to get rid of the ball. But after those 2 big offside penalties on 1st downs, now 3rd and 15 coming up for Auburn.
Line of scrimmage, their own 28-yard line. Auburn 2 of 4 on 3rd downs. We got 4:47 remaining in the 2nd quarter. Bama looking for a stop, a punt, get the ball back, and let's go score again. They've got a man in motion to the right side, the Tigers do. Ashford looking, spinning away from trouble. Coming left side, pressure coming, nearly intercepted. If the pass had been thrown better, it would have been picked off by Alabama's Malachi Moore. It was intended for Shedrick Jackson, and it falls incomplete. And the Bama defense, along with some miscues by Auburn, gets the job done.
Well, it was Dallas Turner. The ball went throw well because it was the pass rush from Dallas Turner, who's coming from Robbie Ashford's left side, forced him to roll out to the left. Then he reverses field and puts pressure on for the 2nd time in the play, forced the bad throw.
Here's Chapman on the punt, a low line drive. Kool-Aid drops it. Kool-Aid get back, picks it up, gets knocked down at the 29-yard line. It could have been worse. It should have been a lot better, but Bama's got the ball. And I get these alerts like you do, I'm sure, as well on my Apple Watch. And I was just told that I'm in a loud environment where decibels hit 100 DBs. No kidding. Thanks, Sherlock.
I've already got my heart rate alert going off, too. And right there, Kool-Aid McKinstry, it was a low punt for Auburn at the time. And he tried to catch it full speed on the run because those low punts, they don't get enough hang time. The coverage unit cannot get down there. And right there, just couldn't reel the ball in.
Gibbs in the backfield with Young, operating as usual from the pistol formation. He calls for a man in motion. That's Prentice. He'll hand it to Gibbs going left side. Gibbs getting back towards the 25 to the 26-yard line. Jalen Simpson, the corner, making the stop for the Auburn Tigers there. A gain of about 2.5, maybe 3 for Alabama. Clock not a factor yet with 4:12 and ticking time left here in the first half, and Alabama on top 28-14.
Yeah, taking your time right here. There was a lot of running right there for Gibbs for only 2 yards. But Bryce, take your time. We still got 3 timeouts left. Just want to get some points.
Prentice in the slot right side. One wide out left. That's Burton. Brooks joining Prentice to the right side of the formation. Snap goes to Young. Looking left side. Has Burton down there. It is almost caught. He made a great effort with one hand trying to reel it in while fighting off the corner DJ James, but could not quite bring it in. Heck of a throw, heck of an effort, but really good coverage by the Tigers as well.
It was good coverage. It was a good throw from Bryce. It was on the money, but it would have been, top catch of the year right there. Run at full speed, got his left hand out, but just couldn't. Try to tip it up to himself almost to keep running through it.
Bama 4 of 5 on third down conversions. This is 3rd and 7. A wide out left in Burton, 3 to the right side. And McClellan in the game, the running back to the left of Bryce Young. Play clock now down to 5. It's at 3. They'll snap it at 2. A flag comes in. Young looking deep. He's got a man down there in Brooks. The pass is going to be broken up as the ball was underthrown. And let's see what the flag is for here.
It's on Auburn. Left tackle jumped off sides, and Bryce saw the flag come up, and I think that's why he threw it downfield to Brooks.
Offside. Defense number 25. 5-yard penalty. I think 3rd down.
They were trying to put the pressure on the left side of that Bama front. Colby Wooden on J.C. Latham. But it'll be a big 5-yard penalty here that sets up 3rd and 2, and much different look in the playbook, I would think.
Yeah, we'll take this much better than 3rd and 7. When Bryce sees it, you're taught to throw the ball downfield. Find a guy.
It's free play.
It's a free play, and especially today with as many pass interferences we see on defense, get a good look.
Gibbs, the single setback. Burton fakes coming to the backfield, changes direction. Now Young gets the snap, wants to throw across the middle. Catch made. First down. Oops, all the way to midfield, and a flag's going to come in. We'll see who that will be on. Auburn's pointing towards Alabama. Robbie Utes made the catch, his 2nd grab of the day. After having just 2 all year coming in. Let's see what they're going to call right here. Ken Williamson is our referee.
Pass interference. Offense number 7.
Going to call a screen.
Spot. I think 3rd down.
Brooks comes from the left side on the drag. It's a crossing route, and he runs right into the Auburn defender and pushes it down. So easy call for the officials right there.
Here's the thing. It may have happened. There's no way that was by design, was it? You're not running a pick play for Robbie Utes, are you?
No, you're not. It's a screen, and then Robbie Utes is sitting down behind it. So 2 draggers coming from each side, crossing routes. Utes is on the top, about 5 yards deeper from those guys. Brooks, you just got to know you can't push the guy down. That's an easy call right there. And a tough pickup. 3rd down, and now we go back to 3rd and 17 after the pass interference.
Wow, 15 yards after Auburn's penalty set up 3rd and 2 for Alabama. So now let's see what the Tide can do with 3:14 to go here in the 2nd quarter of play. Bama up 2 scores.
Down to 4 seconds on the shot clock.
3, 2, 1. Got the snap off just in time. Young stepping up, firing. Brooks is there. Pass is broken up. Bama wanted a flag. One did not come in. And Alabama will have to punt it away with 2:58 remaining here in the 2nd quarter.
I think Bama might have been right on that one. Brooks going down the field, left hand gets tangled up with the Auburn DB, but nonetheless, Alabama forced a punt with 2:58 left to go here in the 2nd. got to keep Auburn off the board with Alabama getting to start the third quarter.
Keontae Scott waiting on the punt from the Tide's James Burnham. It will be fair caught, or he'll make that call. He didn't get it. He dropped it. He dropped it, and Alabama's recovered it. Recovered by Alabama, a heck of an effort. I believe that's the snapper, Nealon Hibbett. He started off with a football in his hands, snapping it back, and he ends the play with a ball in his hands. Officials are talking it over right here. There was a fair catch called for. Cadillac Williams pleading his case that Alabama was interfering. There was no flag. It's also not 100% clear that it was touched, but it sure looked like it in watching it live. And right now, Cadillac's going crazy on the Auburn sideline.
The punt was touched by the receiving team and recovered by the kickers. That previous play is under review.
They are reviewing it. And, man, there is zero doubt in my mind that he touched that football.
Chris, this is going to be close. The ball's coming down. He does feel the pressure from Alabama pass rushing on the coverage.
Yep.
And he sees it and then kind of the last second backs off. So then goes not to catch the ball. This is going to be extremely close, and really depending on the camera angle, if we can get a better camera angle, because the one we're looking at right now.
that works in our favor. That's the one I want.
That one currently. We haven't seen one that is going to show enough evidence where he didn't touch it.
Go to My Eye Doctor. They got 20 convenient locations for your busy schedule. Don't miss a single play this season. Eye care and eyewear really are better together at My Eye Doctor. Visit myeyedr.com to learn more. They can tell you that it was touched. The ball appeared to change direction when it got right to his hand. It also looked to me like it touched his hand initially.
After further review, the Cleveland field stands.
Yeah. Didn't take long. Bama football. Second turnover by the Tigers today. And with 2:47 to go in the half, that could be a monumental break for Alabama if they can make it pay off.
Got to make a play right here. Alabama converted the third down, then had the offensive pass interference, but a huge break right there on the turnover on special teams. And both of them from Auburn have been self-inflicted earlier. Running back ran into his own blocker, and right there, muffing the punt. Alabama Hibbett. Alabama native comes up with a fumble.
Trying to make it a 3-score advantage, and don't forget, Bama will get the ball first to begin the second half. Crimson Tide operating from the Auburn 38-yard line. Snap goes to Young. Bryce looking, plenty of time. Throwing deep. That one is going to be incomplete. The closest man to it was Isaiah Bond. Trayshawn Holden was down there as well, but he had stopped his route around the 10-yard line. Bond was the closest one to it, but some miscommunication right there.
Yeah, once the receiver sets the angle on the corner route, you got to stick with it. Trayshawn Holden set it to go to the back pylon, then changed his mind and went to the front pylon. But by that time, Bryce had already cut the ball loose, and it was in the air. So you got to stay on the right route. Alabama, second 10.
2 wideouts left, 1 right for Alabama. Bond will go in motion left side, putting 3 there as the handoff will go to McClellan. Flag comes in as he gets to the edge, picks up about 7 on the play, but this one may come back. Alabama starting to inflict some of its own damage. That'll be the 5th penalty if it's on Alabama.
Holding. Offense number 52. 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. Repeat, second down.
That's going to be on Tyler Booker, the freshman for New Haven, Connecticut, in the 5th penalty now. 57 yards on the Crimson Tide, and a player down for Alabama at the moment. That looks like the center, Seth McLaughlin. Not a good sign right there. He has played so very well in relief of Darian Dalcourt, the senior, among those recognized prior to today's ball game. And Christian, I can't see him, but I would think that right now Darian's getting some snaps in, getting ready to check into the ball game. I think I just found him. 6'3", 305. among a bunch of other 6'3", 305 guys, finally able to pick him out. Good to see McLaughlin get up and walk off the field.
Yeah,
with his own
walking
power.
off. Got the right knee brace unbuckled. So Jeff Allen down there looking at it. He got rolled up on the backside. The play was going to the left. The blockers were going to the left. And the right guard, Booker, just rolls up on his right knee. So let's hope he's okay. Dalcourt, though, experienced guy. He's a senior. Had plenty of starts, plenty of snaps for Alabama.
Started the season in this role.
Yep.
And we have seen him at times since. He did have an injury, I believe, early that forced him out, and then McLaughlin was able to win the job for a while. So 2nd and 20 for Alabama, with Gibbs now leaving the backfield to be the third wide out to the left side of the formation. 2 are to the right, and Bryce will wait on the snap. Still waiting. Play clock now down to 5 as the snap comes. Pressure coming up the middle. Bryce steps up. He's going to run it. 45-40 at the Auburn 35-30. Bryce wisely gets down around the 27-yard line. Very close. In fact, he got to the bank first down after the 21-yard pickup.
Good run right there for Bryce. 5 wides, only 4-man rusher. Then the 5th guy adds on it. As soon as he does, Bryce pulls it down and knows the middle of the field is completely wide open, because that was the safety coming down and just took advantage of it. Looked over, saw the first down chains, and then wisely got down.
Needed 20, got 20 and a half. Latu goes in motion as the handoff goes to Gibbs. Cut it to the outside, tried to cut it back, but gets brought down on a nice play by the Tigers defensively. Nehemiah Pritchett, the corner, came up in run support and made the stop for a loss of a yard on the play.
Yeah, Auburn doing pretty good here in the second quarter on stopping Alabama's rush. It's been mostly through the air for Alabama here for this game. But what a pickup for Bryce after the penalty to pick up the first down. Now second and 11 coming up for Alabama.
Holden and Gibbs wide left. Looks like Brooks and Prentice, who are wide to the right side.
1:06 left to go. Still 3 timeouts.
Clock ticking down near the 1-minute mark. The snap goes to Young. Little bubble screen. Holden. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown. Alabama adds to its lead. 34-14. 54 seconds to go. Trayshawn Holden from 27 yards out adds to the Alabama advantage.
Great play call right there. Tunnel screen to Ja'Cory Brooks, coming from the number 2 spot. Holden, it was the catch, and then just catches it off to the races. Split in the middle. Everybody thought it was going to the outside, but comes right up the middle, right down the 2 hash marks. That's a huge score with 54 seconds left to go, and Alabama getting the ball to start the third quarter.
Reichert on to try the extra point. Snap, spot, and kick. Thing of beauty, and the Tide now holds a 35-14 lead here with 54 seconds remaining in quarter number 2. 4 plays, 37 yards, $153 off the game clock. That is your Bromberg scoring drive recap. It was all aided by the misplayed punt, and Alabama set up shop at the Tiger 37, and after moving backwards with a penalty, then moved forwards. That's why you can have 37-yard scoring drive, but a run play that goes for 21 and then a touchdown pass that goes for 27.
Hey,
that's that new math.
That's the new math. I like it. I know these kids are doing math different ways this day, but it works out for Alabama. And 2 turnovers for Auburn, and Alabama taking advantage of 2 touchdowns off those turnovers. Look, we knew it was going to be huge in a game that's shortened by the running game, and Alabama winning the turnover battle right now.
Reichert on to kick things off, and it will be into the end zone once again. Will with another touchback. So he's got what? 5 touchbacks on 7? No, excuse me, 4 on 5, or 4 out of 6. Butch will get me straight in a minute. 4 out of 6, and a tackle. That's what's got me thrown off. That one tackle that he's got.
Offside, kicking team number 34. The 5-yard penalty will be enforced from the end of the return. First down.
Somebody a little too eager to get down there that time on the return unit, or the coverage unit for Alabama. I think that was Quandarius Robinson trying to get down there and hit somebody. Got a step too quick.
Hey, Birmingham native, he's just ready to go. He's trying to get down there and make a tackle.
That's right. The Iron Bowl, for crying out loud, ready to hit somebody. And so Auburn will have it from their own 30-yard line with 54 seconds remaining. And a couple of timeouts in their hip pocket. They got to try to do something quick because, again, they'll give the ball up to Alabama to start the third quarter and obviously down 35-14. Do we dare get greedy and ask for another turnover here?
Yep.
I'm fine with it. Ashford getting the high snap, brings it down. Now he wants to run. Gets to the 35, gets to the 40, and slides down. He gets hit at the 42-yard line. A first down for the Tigers. DeMarco Helms providing the hit after a 12-yard pickup.
Good play call right there. Just simple quarterback draw. Everybody spread out. Robbie Ashford very elusive with his feet.
Ashford getting the snap. Pressure coming. Dumps off the pass that nobody wearing a white helmet that was an eligible receiver was close to other than Coy Moore.
Well, it was a screen pass that the running back put in the middle of the field, and the line was set up to the left hash. So Robbie Ashford got lucky right there trying to throw it away, then it went to the turf.
Alabama guys were looking for somebody to hit after the catch was made. If they'd gone after the football, they'd gotten a pick. 31 seconds to go in the half. From their own 42, second down and 10 for Auburn. Ashford looking across the middle. That is incomplete. And Helms, I think, was looking for somebody to hit. Didn't look for the football, or he may have gotten a pick.
Yeah, I don't know where that ball was going. Errant pass, to say the least. It was a corner route from the wide receiver, but could have been a miscommunication because nobody in the area. Like you said, DeMarco Helms coming down to make the hit, and the ball is going up the field.
Auburn 2 of 5 on third downs today.
And you know what? Alabama still got 3 timeouts left.
Do.
Is Auburn going to run the ball right here on 3rd and 10 to try to force Alabama to use a timeout or try to pick it up?
Bama's come close to blocking a punt today as well. 3 wideouts right, 1 left. Single setback for Auburn. Rolling, looking. Ashford throws high, incomplete. Good pressure again coming from Alabama. It looked like Chris Braswell is the man who was there forcing Ashford to unload it early. And we'll see Oscar Chapman come on to punt once again for the Tigers.
Alabama have a chance to get maybe 2, maybe 3 plays off, depending on if Kool-Aid McKinstry can get a return. But 3 timeouts, 22 seconds left.
4th punt upcoming today for Chapman. Kool-Aid will make the catch, a fair catch, and a flag will come in from nowhere near the football. Exactly sure what that will be for. 43 yards on the punt. Bama will have it from their own 16-yard line with 13 seconds to go, and I'd be surprised if Bama did anything other than take a knee.
During the kick, holding receiving team number 19. The penalty will be enforced from into the kick, half the distance to the goal. First down.
In fact, I'll bet you $1 to a donut we're taking a knee right here.
Not a bad idea. Up 35-14, get the ball to start. The third.
Not a gambling man, but if I was, I'd take that one to the house. Tom Stipe pointing out that donut to the dollar we're going to bet would be a Dunkin' Donut.
I would take a donut right now.
I would take a Dunkin' Donut anytime. Operating now from their own 8-yard line. Bryce in the pistol. Waiting on the snap. Hands it off. And going down quickly, Jahmyr Gibbs, and that'll do it for the first half of play as the final 6 seconds are going to tick off, or are they going to blow the whistle first? They have. Bama's headed to the locker room, but not so fast. Same for Auburn. I think we got a penalty flag that's come in very late on this one. Oh, they called a timeout. Okay.
Second of the half.
Well, can't carry him to the locker room, and you got to hope for a bad snap or something right there when you're down 3 scores.
And Auburn's defense running back from the locker room. I think they've still got 1 guy left in there.
Well, if they've only got 6 on the field, I say we throw it deep.
I mean, let's take a shot. Hey, Colby Wooden finally makes it back on the field.
My bad. 9 seconds is what they'll put on the clock. We'll see exactly what Alabama will do right here. Again, you got Darian Dalcourt, who's the center. Very experienced as a senior. Starter at the beginning of the year, but with McLaughlin going out with some sort of injury on that previous drive, it is a different look back there. Waiting, standing at his own goal line is Bryce. He will hand it off, and McClellan will gain a couple on the play, and now those final seconds will tick, or they're going to call a timeout again. They won't. Half ends, and Alabama will go to the locker room. A 35-14 lead over the Auburn Tigers. John Parker Wilson, some thoughts on what you've seen?
But Alabama played really good on both sides of the ball, forcing 2 turnovers on defense, led to 14 points for Alabama. We scored 28 points in a row, had 4 touchdowns after the first drive. We went 3 and out, then had the punt that we ended up converting for a touchdown when Auburn fumbled it. So I think we're playing extremely well on both sides. Just got to keep the intensity here for the second half.
Coach Saban talking with CBS television, and then Christian Miller looking sharp in that crimson blazer. We'll talk to him next as he patiently waits at the back of the end zone. Christian, of course, a great player for Coach Saban of the Crimson Tide, as was John Parker Wilson, and now here's Christian with his coach.
Coach, some really nice football play in the first half in all phases of the game. What are your thoughts, and what do we need to do to continue in the second half?
Well, you know, we got to play for 60 minutes. That's always the message, but there's no scoreboard. We're not stopping them great. Maybe we get the ball first in the second half, so we got to do something with it, but we're getting too many stupid penalties and putting ourselves behind the 8 ball and stopping ourselves. I mean, so we got to play with more discipline as well.
Yes, sir. Thanks, Coach.
Thank you, Coach. Thank you, Christian. And thank you, as always, to Golden Flake, the official potato chip of the Alabama Crimson Tide. They bring us Coach Nick Saban at the half. And what a half it has been. 35-14. Alabama leading Auburn at intermission here in Tuscaloosa on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
We've all been caught up in the little chores that pile up every day. The dishes in the sink, the trash that needs taking out, the pesky check engine light. Isn't it time to make a change and escape to a whole new world of possibilities? Where there's dinner without dishes, nights filled with adventure, and every day you feel like a winner. A little change can go a long way when you escape every day at Wing Creek Casino and wingcreekcasino.com.
Conecuh sausage is an Alabama tradition and a fan favorite. Made fresh in Evergreen, Alabama since 1947, Conecuh sausage is the best tasting hickory smoked sausage you'll ever put in your mouth. Always great for breakfast, Conecuh sausage is now a tailgate grilling favorite. Pick up some today where you buy groceries. Conecuh sausage, the official smoked sausage of the Crimson Tide.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. I'm a grill at your college football party. My full grease trap, that's something you clean? Now you're smoking your car and garage instead of your meats. And if you don't have the right coverage, fixing this could be a trick play. So bundle your home and auto with Allstate to save up to 25% and get protected from mayhem like me.
Bundled savings discounts will vary by state. Saving up to 25% is a countrywide average of savings off the home policy. Combining a multiple policy discount for having auto insurance with Allstate and the welcome discount savings at enrollment.
In SEC sports, the ifs come at you every minute. What if your QB had released the ball a second earlier? What if the head coach hadn't used his last time out? What if your team goes all the way this season? If you love the tradition, if you live for the rivalry, if you can't wait each week for the absolute edge of your seat action, Regions is right there with you as the official bank of the SEC.
Regions can't help you with the ifs in sports. Regions helps you embrace the if and F.
Member FDIC.
This is the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Full Moon Barbecue, the best little pork house in Alabama. Also brought to you by BASF. We create chemistry. Barkley GMC, Tuscaloosa's leader. Barkley makes it easy. And by Sherwin-Williams. Looking for a color change? Ask Sherwin-Williams. Shop online or at your local store.
Welcome to the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report. I'm Roger Hoover. The score at Bryant-Denny Stadium, Alabama 35, Auburn 14. Here are your Cadence Bank stats and facts from the first half. Alabama with 348 yards of total offense compared to 193 for the Auburn Tigers. Crimson Tide, 264 passing yards compared to just 60 for Auburn. Then on the ground, the Tigers do have the advantage there. 133 yards rushing for Auburn compared to 84 for Alabama. Crimson Tide penalized 7 times for 70 yards in the first half. Auburn penalized 6 times for a loss of 30 yards. Individually, the Crimson Tide led by quarterback Bryce Young. He's 13 of 20 passing, 264 yards and 3 touchdowns. On the ground, the leading rusher has been Jahmyr Gibbs, 10 carries for 38 yards. His longest was 13. Also, 1 rushing touchdown by Bryce Young, 1 as well by Roydale Williams. Top receiver to this point has been Ja'Cory Brooks, 3 catches, 67 yards, and 1 touchdown. Also, touchdown catches by Trayshawn Holden and Jace McClellan. And those are your Cadence Bank stats and facts from the first half. Bancorp South and Cadence have come together to form a new, even better bank to help the people, companies, and communities we serve prosper. Learn more at cadencebank.com/the new Cadence, member FDIC. In football, there's always a winner and a loser. But when it comes to great Southern barbecue, there's only one winner. Full Moon Barbecue, voted one of America's top 10 barbecue joints, and now with 17 locations to serve you. You're listening to the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report. Up next, Brian Houseworth will check the Alabama Power Scoreboard. Our score at halftime: Tuscaloosa, Alabama 35, Auburn 14. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
You mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with 0 sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hi, my name is Jackie, and a little thing that I love about the Chick-fil-A Peppermint Chip Milkshake is the whipped cream and the cherry on top. It's like a little bow on top of this great present of peppermint chip goodness. It tastes like the holidays.
Hey, my name is Chandler, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Peppermint Chip Milkshake is the little pieces of the peppermint that you get. For me, no milkshake is topping the Peppermint Chip Milkshake.
Order a Chick-fil-A Peppermint Chip Milkshake on the Chick-fil-A app today. Available for a limited time. Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Roll Tide. Oh my! This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
To your children's eyes to see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating world.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Alabama. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university. Live from the Learfield Network Studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
And
Pleasant good afternoon, my friends, across the great state of Alabama and the southeastern United States. Our time is 4:32. This is Rivalry Saturday and the Full Moon Barbecue Report and our scoreboard update brought to you by the folks at Alabama Power. It's power for a better Alabama. Iron Bowl, you throw all the records out the window. You know it'll be a great game. It always is. Auburn, number 7, Alabama. And they're tied up by a score right now, 35-14 at the half. Bryce Young continues to impress. We'll get to your halftime highlights presented by Made in Alabama here in a few moments. Elsewhere in the SEC, Kentucky, number 25, Louisville playing right now at Kroger Field, second quarter in Lexington. Cats up 23-7. Will Levis, 2 touchdown throws in the game. Huge game today. Death Valley, South Carolina, number 8 Clemson, 119th edition of the Palmetto Bowl in this game. South Carolina, number 8 Clemson, a series dating back to 1896. Clemson led at the half, 23-14, but Beamer Ball getting it done in that second half. Special teams coming up big for Carolina.
Very little breeze. This one is at his best. It's returnable for Williams from the 36. Antonio Williams. Ball's out. The ball comes out. And the special teams of South Carolina take it away again.
That's how it sounded on ABC. Sean McDonough literally almost losing his voice there. Todd Blackledge also on the call. We thank ABC and ESPN for that. So Clemson, essentially, their playoff hopes are out as they lose their second of the year. The Clemson seniors had not lost, folks, one home game their entire career. They were 25-0 going into this game, now 25-1. Carolina with a huge, huge win. Number 1, Georgia beats Georgia Tech 37-14. Coming up tonight, number 10, Tennessee is at Vanderbilt. Vols will start Joe Milton III at quarterback. Number 5, LSU knocking on the door. Brian Kelly coach teams 19 straight November wins. They are 9-2. They've won 5 straight. LSU is hot as anyone. They got to win tonight. And they have a big game coming up against Georgia next week, SEC title game. Number 16, Florida State beating Florida 45-38. 20th ranked Ole Miss falls to Mississippi State 24-22. State wins it. Looks like Lane Kiffin will be staying in Oxford. He's been critical of a television reporter on Twitter for the last couple of days, calling him out by name, a guy in Columbus, Mississippi, a TV reporter there. Missouri and Arkansas, they played yesterday. Tigers win at 29-27. Your halftime highlights presented by Made in Alabama, and it starts with a guy named Bryce Young. He's pretty good. 13 of 20, and that is an understatement. 264 yards through the air, 3 touchdowns. Bama.
The snap goes to Young. Little bubble screen. Hold it. 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown. Alabama adds to its lead. 34-14. 54 seconds to go. Trayshawn Holden from 27 yards out adds to the Alabama advantage.
Chris Stewart there with a call. You can hear that noise, just amazing noise there at Bryant Denny. Bryce Young also getting it done on the ground.
Bryce gets the snap, rolling to his right as he's flushed, heading for the pylon. Get the race, wins the race. Touchdown, Alabama.
Chris Stewart there on the call. Your halftime highlights presented by Made in Alabama. Welcome to the land of opportunity. Career opportunities, fields of tomorrow, automotive, bioscience, advanced manufacturing. They're waiting for you today in Alabama. Learn more. It's madeinalabama.com. Number 7, Alabama leading Auburn 35-14 at the half. Top 25, some big games. Mr. Khaki Pants winning big against Ohio State. Never count Jim Harbaugh out. They're going to be going to the Big Ten championship game. They just don't beat Ohio State. They dismantle them. We'll have your top 25 coming up right after this on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
You know, in today's world, companies are looking for business partners.
other companies they can depend on to help make their business successful. At the Crimson Tide Sports Network, we have found that partner in Dex Imaging. So when it comes to office solutions and a partner you can depend on, give Dex Imaging a call. For more information, go to DexImaging.com. Dex Imaging, the official copier and printer provider of Alabama Athletics.
Hey Tide fans, do you need to make some extra room in your living space, basement, or garage? Life Storage can help, offering a variety of spaces and sizes, including traditional or climate controlled. Life Storage has the space for you. Prefer to skip the counter? This Life Storage exclusive 100% online rental offers the only true contact-free storage rental solution. Call 844-LIFE-STORE or visit lifestorage.com for more information. Life Storage. It's your life. Store it with care.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Jelly. Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is an important message from the Mine Safety and Health Administration. Mining fatalities, accidents, and injuries are preventable. Taking a minute to approach your task safely can protect you and your fellow miners from injury and death. Staying alert and focused can keep you safe. Do it safe. Do it right. Whether buckling a seatbelt or securing equipment, these quick safety measures can prevent injuries and fatalities. Take time. Save lives. For more resources, visit MSHA.gov.
Live from the Learfield Network Studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
Got a pleasant good afternoon, everyone, once again across the great state of Alabama and the southeastern United States. I'm Brian Houseworth, live here in studio. Your halftime update presented by Alabama Power. Proud to support the Crimson Tide. Tied up over Auburn right now, 35-14. As I say every week on these scoreboards, folks, never, ever underestimate Jim Harbaugh. Man is one heck of a coach. Plain and simple, period. 45-23. Michigan getting it done against Ohio State. Getting it done. The guy named Donovan Edwards.
J.J. McCarthy in a shotgun. Has the snap. Hands it off to Donovan Edwards, and he's in the clear, John. To the 30, to the 35, to the 40, to the 50. They will not catch Donovan Edwards. He will score. Donovan Edwards. Yes!
Doug Karsh, the play-by-play man at Michigan, courtesy of Learfield, almost out of breath there. An amazing job, great job by Doug on the call. Michigan wins it. Buckeyes hadn't lost a conference home game since 2015, but it happens today. We'll see how high Michigan goes up. Number 4, TCU beating Iowa State right now, second quarter, 23-7. Civil War, Bo Nix, 2 touchdown throws. Number 9, Oregon beating Oregon State, 14-10. Tide fans, you can take it to the house this football season. Alabama Manufacturing Housing Association. If the Tide return their received kickoff in the second half for a touchdown during the day. Today, Sheena Hazley of Atmore, Alabama wins $75,000 toward the purchase of a home from an authorized dealer. Certain terms and conditions apply. For details, see rolltide.com/take it to the house. Coming up next, your second half kick, Chris, JP, and Roger. I'm Brian Houseworth, live in studio at 440. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
You mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey there, folks. Bob Baumhauer here. We're celebrating 40 legendary years here at Baumhauer's Victory Grill. And to kick this off, we're coming in hot with our all-new Alabama hot chicken. Fresh southern fried chicken breast smothered in a blend of tangy, immune-boosting herbs and spices with a spicy finish. Served up with a side of homemade smoked Gouda cheese grits, Miss Mary southern greens, and garlic bread. And there's plenty more where that came from. Stop in today and celebrate with us. Baumhauer's Victory Grill. Legendary fun, legendary food.
Tide fans, it's game day. Time to huddle up with friends and family, take your seat, and open a bag of your favorite Golden Flake snacks. So rip open that bag of Golden Flake or any of our other delicious snacks from the Utz family of brands and settle in, because when you snack with Golden Flake, you're taking part in an Alabama football tradition. Golden Flake, celebrating 65 years as the official chip of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Chris Stewart here with big news about Shoe Station. Shoe Station is grand opening their biggest store yet this weekend at Vestavia City Center, Birmingham. For information on grand opening weekend, like the chance to win $1,000 cash and much more, visit shoestation.com/Vestavia. Plus, today, text WIN to 67464 to receive the best deals. Plus, be entered to win 2 tickets, plus hospitality passes to the big game next Saturday, November 26th. Terms and data apply. Roll Tide from Shoe Station.
This has been the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report. Full Moon Barbecue, the best little pork house in Alabama. Also brought to you in part by Chevron with Techron. Unbeatable fans deserve unbeatable mileage. Choose Chevron with Techron. And by Allstate. Get protected from mayhem this year when you switch and save with Allstate. Now, with the call of the second half, here's Chris Stewart.
Time for the prescription for success in the second half, presented by Payless Drugs. Payless, your locally owned family pharmacy with 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Payless can handle your prescriptions, over-the-counter solutions, and home delivery. Visit mynewpharmacy.com to pay less. John Parker Wilson, real quick, what's the prescription for success for Bama?
We've got to keep it up. I think we're playing physical right now. We're playing with good emotion and intensity. Really showed out on the trenches on both sides of the ball, offensive line and defensive line, and got to keep that going on.
Kickoff by Auburn will be fielded by Alabama at the 5, 15, 20, 25, and Jahmyr Gibbs is going to be brought down shy of the 30-yard line, but very good starting field position. 1st and 10 for Alabama from right there.
And Bryce Young, 13 of 20, 264 yards to the air. He had another 26 on the ground. I mean, he's been really effective tonight passing the ball, taking care of it. No turnovers for Alabama on offense. We got to run the ball better, though. You know, we started off the game running it really well. I'd like to see us run more effectively, but right now the pass game's picking it up. 264 yards in the first half is pretty good.
Seth McLaughlin back in at center for the Crimson Tide. That's good news in terms of his health. Obviously, no commentary on Darian Dalcourt, but good to have Seth healthy and available and back to start the second half, as Bryce will wait on the snap for McLaughlin. Goes a little delayed pitch right side to Gibbs, and he gets spun around and brought down for a loss on the play by Derek Hall, the edge rusher. Was that by design, or did they get something off on the timing there?
No, I think it was a kind of a play action look underneath handoff, and then it was just a quick toss. Kind of looked like a quarterback zone read, but just trying to get Gibbs to the edge, and Hall's a pretty good guy in the open field, bringing him down for the tackle.
Gibbs will leave an empty set with Bond and Law to the near side of the formation. Gibbs 1 of 3 wide left. Bryce looking, throwing, Bond, catch made, first down gain. No, shy of the first down, I'm sorry. Looking at the wrong set of sticks there, as you've got the gain of about 8 or 9 yards of the play, but it will still be 3rd and about 2.5 upcoming.
But a good pickup, and you can see the talent right there from Bond and catching it, getting upfield, getting close to the first down, but now you get a chance to have an open playbook right here with 3rd and 3 to pick it up and try to move the chains.
Alabama 4 of 6 on 3rd down conversions thus far. They've got to get to the 38 to move the chains. 2 in the backfield. That's Gibbs and McClellan on either side of Bryce. Fake the clap. Now does get the snap. looking all day long. Fires, catch made. That is Burton. First down and more into Auburn territory at the Tiger 48. Alabama converting on the third down there for a 17-yard pickup.
Burton's third catch of the night. That's 87 yards. Said it all night. Got to say it again. All day long for Bryce to throw the ball. Burton gets in the second window as he runs his curl route, finds the Salt, part of the zone for the first down, Alabama.
Trips left. McClellan single setback to the right of Bryce. Operating again from the pistol. Waiting on the snap from McLaughlin. Here comes Burton in motion to the right side. Play action by Young. Looking, stepping up in the pocket. Now he'll run. Gets to the 45, 40, 35. Cuts to the middle of the field and goes down. Maybe with a little bit of a help from the defensive back, Keontae Scott, for Auburn. But a gain of 14 on the play from Bryce.
And another first down. This time trying to force it downfield. Steps up in the pocket. Little rush from the left side, but wide open green grass in front of him for the first down.
Burton and Bond wide right. I think that's JoJo Earl wide left for Alabama. Actually, Kendrick Law wide left as Bond goes left as well. Handoff goes right side, and getting inside the 30 to about the 26-yard line will be Alabama's Jace McClellan. Big run there. A gain of 8 on the play. It'll be second and a couple.
Yeah, just keep the motor going, the feet churning, picking up 8 yards on first down. Contact about 3 or 4. But I like the way Jace is running the ball today, these past couple games also.
Burton, Bond, and Law wide left. Now Law will go wide to the right side, or Bond, wide right for Alabama. Bryce waiting on the snap, gets it, play action, looks right, catch is made, Bond gets hit right at the 20. That'll be enough to move to 6 again. Another bank first down for the Crimson Tide, and I believe they will put the line of scrimmage at the 19. That means Alabama is inside that Chick-fil-A red zone once again.
Third first down of this drive here to start the third quarter. Just methodical 2 of 2 passing, rushed the ball a couple times. Bryce just looks so comfortable, as it always does.
From the 19, first and 10, Alabama. Latu, the tight end, to the right side of the formation. Wide receivers stacked left side, a couple of them. One to the right. Bryce looking to throw again. Looking, stepping up in the pocket. Will run inside the 20-15 and wisely gets out of bounds at about the 12-yard line. Boy, he is so smart, so smooth, so efficient when he chooses to run the football.
Yeah, and you can tell that shoulder seems to be a lot more healthier because he's run the ball a lot more tonight than he has since that injury against Arkansas. And right there trying to go the wheel route to Cameron Latu down the right sideline. It's covered up. Once again, nobody out there, so Bryce wisely pulls it down. Second down and 2 coming up.
Gibbs and McClellan both in on 2nd and 2, as JP told you. Couple of wideouts to the right side for Alabama. Now Gibbs will go left. The handoff will go to McClellan up the middle. He spins forward and gets to the 5-yard line. First and goal, Alabama, from right there. 6-yard pickup, moves to 6 again on a bank first down. They'll put the ball back at the 6-yard line, but again, first and 10 for Alabama, ready to try and give the Tide a 4-score lead.
Been perfect in the red zone tonight. 3 of 3 for 3 touchdowns. Going to try to add to that here.
McClellan in the backfield with Oots and Latu, a pair of tight ends in the ball game for Alabama. Bryce claps his hands, gets the handoff. No, play action. Slant to Brooks, and the pass is knocked away incomplete by DJ James. Did they throw a flag? I believe they did. He must have had the back hand on Ja'Cory Brooks.
Pass interference. Defense number 4. Philly will place the ball at the 2-yard line and push an automatic first down.
The official that was there in the back of the end zone had the best angle, far better than we did, to see if there was contact with the left hand, as he cleanly got it with the right hand.
Little bit of contact. Brooks does a good job, smart, of using his body almost like he's blocking out for a rebound, and that causes James to go over the top and draw the pass interference.
Trying to get a little pizza right here. We'll explain in a moment. As going in motion left side, Bama will hand it off. They'll work towards the goal line. McClellan keeps the legs turning into the end zone for a touchdown. the 2-yard touchdown run, and with 9:57 to go in the third, Alabama now leading it 41-14.
Masterful drive from Alabama right there, getting it done, both throwing the ball and passing it. Jace McClellan, handoff, got screens coming underneath, and then tackled or stopped at the 2-yard line, keeping it going, pops it out to the left side for the touchdown.
Extra point attempt upcoming. Reichard able to boot it through. Good hold from Burnham, and the Tide does indeed have a 42-14 lead. And good news, the Domino's Drive for Dough, presented by your locally owned and operated Domino's Pizza in Tuscaloosa. Bama scored on its first drive of the second half. Josh Dyson gets a gift card for 72 yards. That's because that was the length of the scoring drive. You can enter to win on the Crimson Tide Sports Network's Facebook page to be the next Domino Drive for Dough winner. Bama up big, 42-14. Right under 10 minutes to go in the third here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Sports matter. They bring us together. That's why we're a proud sponsor of athletic programs across the state. More fans, families, and friends trust Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama to provide the health insurance coverage and services they depend on. We're proud to support Alabamians. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama. We cover what matters.
Oh Camry, and Highlander, and RAV4, and Corolla, and even more, available at Toyotathon.
Get 1.9% APR for 36 months on a new 2022 Toyota RAV4. Toyota, let's go places. Offer valid through November 30th, 2022. Zero down for well-qualified buyers with approved credit and financing through Southeast Toyota Finance. 2860 monthly payment for every $1,000 financed. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details.
Just like the Crimson Tide, ServPro is honored to be the #1 choice in cleanup and restoration. With more than 2,000 locations nationwide and over 50 years of experience, ServPro is faster to any disaster. To find an Alabama ServPro service location near you, simply click on ServPro.com. ServPro is a proud supporter of Alabama football.
We're back live inside the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth. Alabama enjoying a 42-14 lead over the Auburn Tigers. Today's Iron Bowl is presented by PNC Bank. PNC Bank is a proud partner of the Crimson Tide, and so very proud of how Alabama's playing, especially after the 9-play, 72-yard drive, 4:54 off the clock, a 2-yard Jace McClellan touchdown run. That is your Bromberg's scoring drive recap. Fair catch called for and made right at the goal line by Jarquez Hunter. And for the 5th time in 7 kickoffs today, Will Reichard getting a touchback. Yeah. So the Auburn has to start at the 25.
25, and Alabama 42, Auburn 14, and that's a long drive from Alabama. We're getting to a point in the game now where these drives really matter for Auburn, knowing that they can't really throw the ball. The game's going to get shortened, and if they don't start sustaining some drives, running the ball on offense, it's going to be tough for them to get back in this ball game.
See if Alabama is able to keep the foot on the gas defensively right here. Get a 3-and-out. Robbie Ashford will leave the backfield. They're going a direct snap to Jarquez Hunter, and he will drag a tackler in Brian Branch up across the 35. Thank you, Butch, to the 38-yard line. Butch Owens all over that one for us after the 13-yard pickup on the part of Hunter as they go a little different look there with a Wildcat.
And I think that little window dressing of sending Robbie Ashford out in motion to the right was just enough for Alabama linebackers to lose their eye discipline and lost the ball, where Hunter is able to get to the edge and pick up a good gain on first down.
First down, Auburn from their own 37. Tank Bigsby in the game. He gets the handoff, and he's able to break through a hole to the 42-yard line. before he gets tripped up. And again, they have run the ball rather effectively in this game. A couple of turnovers made this look very, very different at halftime.
Absolutely. The one on special teams with the muff punt, and then the one, I think it was Hunter that fumbled it off his own guy. But right there, that would have been a bigger play. But Robbie Ashford bubbled the snap and was late handing off to the running back.
Bigsby did pick up 5 yards. 2nd and 5 upcoming. 3 wideouts right. Bigsby in the backfield behind Ashford. The handoff to Bigsby. He cuts it up. He's going to be tackled at the 45. Gets to the 46 before Jaheim Hodis gets him to the ground. It'll be 3rd and about 1.5 yards right here. Auburn 2 of 6 on 3rd downs, but a very big 3rd down play right here in likely 2-down territory for the Tigers.
I would think so, especially the way they've been running the ball. Alabama got Otis in the game, Tim Smith.
Auburn with 3 tight ends and 2 big running backs in Bigsby and Hunter. They've got a fullback look right now. They'll go on the reverse near side. They'll get the 1st down with Hunter and Moore to the 40 of Alabama, now to the 30. Bama trying to get him down, and he will stay on his feet, getting inside the 10-yard line. Great play design there by the Tigers, and the execution outstanding as well before DeMarco Helms was finally able to get Jarquez Hunter on the ground.
Yeah, really good play design right there for Cat-Ike Williams. Faked the toss to the right, but instead of the ball going to the running back in the backfield, it goes to the wing back, and he cuts it back to the left, and there's nobody left on the left side of the field for Alabama.
1st and goal from the Alabama 9 for the Tigers. Empty backfield for Ashford, as he'll have Bigsby coming, and they'll flip it to him, trying to spin away, and he can't. He gets brought down for a loss back to the 15-yard line. Dallas Turner, the first one to get to it.
Just beat this guy man-to-man on the edge right there. Shed the block, get the tackle in the backfield. And right now, Alabama's just trying to keep Auburn out of the end zone. Force a field goal attempt at any cost. 2nd down goal from the 14 now coming up for Auburn.
Turner will check out of the game for Alabama.
He's limping as he comes off the field.
Yeah, that's not good. Brian Branch, the star, comes back in. That 5 DB package for Alabama. Bigsby in the backfield to the left of Ashford. Play action to him. They'll try to throw it right, and that one is going to be broken up. Incomplete. They were trying to connect with, I believe, the tight end. That may have been Schenker, who was the intended target, but they couldn't get it to him because Bama with Eli Ricks. Or was that Deontay Lawson? I guess Lawson had good coverage.
On the coverage, linebacker. We saw him a couple weeks ago against Ole Miss make so many plays. And right there did it again on the tight end. Free release in on the wheel route.
Auburn 3 of 7 on 3rd downs. This is 3rd and goal from the Alabama 14. Ashford with Bigsby in the backfield with him. 3 wideouts left. Play clock down to 5. They snap it at 4. Quarterback draw. Ashford to the 10, to the 5. Still on his feet. Into the end zone. Touchdown, Auburn. Robbie Ashford, 14 yards, his 2nd touchdown run of the ball game.
Spread them out, quarterback draw. They did it early in the game for a touchdown, and here again at 3rd and 14, or 3rd and goal from the 14. Spread them out, give one of their best playmakers the ball in his hand, and he just does the rest. That was a good hard run from Robbie Ashford.
Alex McPherson in to try the extra point. And make it a 3-score game once again. Technically it is, but trying to cut it to 21. His extra point attempt is indeed up, and it is good. 6:38 to go, 3rd quarter. 42-21. Alabama leading Auburn here in Tuscaloosa on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Game day is full of ifs. Like if Alabama can take home another Iron Bowl victory. Who knows? But if you want the most convenient way to pay in T-Town, get the University of Alabama Regents Visa debit card. Tap to pay contactless card technology and Lock-It card controls give you what you need on game day or any day. To order your card, visit regents.com/GoBama. Regents, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
This is Saban Country. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Farming is dangerous. There's dangers all around us.
We go through safety training and try and do these things to make sure accidents don't happen.
You don't want to hit a gas pipe because that's your life. The other part of it is if you hit certain things, you're liable for it.
Farm Safe 811 starts with you. Always call 811 and wait for any underground lines to be marked.
Always keep safety in the back of your mind. Just stay humble.
For more information, go to farmsafe811.org.
Question: what will you find on all over-the-counter or OTC medicine packages to help you choose the right drug and use it safely? The answer: the drug facts label. This label lists the medicine's active ingredients and purpose, how much to take, and warnings you should know before using it. Remember, even OTC medicines you buy without a prescription can cause side effects you don't want. So follow the information listed on the drug facts label. For more information, visit fda.gov/drug facts label. A message from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration.
Right now we pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Butch Owens just reminding me, John Parker Wilson, of what Alabama's players were probably just told. Pay attention, look out for the onside, with the Tigers down 3 scores with 6:38 to go in the third.
Yeah, you always got to be aware of that. You know, Cadillac, interim head coach, roll the dice. Why not? Alabama's playing pretty good right now on offense, though. Try to keep the ball out of their hands at any cost.
Kickoff upcoming, and it will be fielded by Corey Brooks at the 15, gets to the 20 to 25. Brooks spins around and gets to the 30 and maybe the 31-yard line as the short kick from Alex McPherson results in a 14-yard return and good starting field position for Alabama. The hope is the Tide goes back to doing what it has done the majority of the day against the Tiger defense, and that is move the ball very methodically, resulting in points.
And scored touchdowns. The first drive they went 4 plays and then had a punt. And then the other time we had to punt, Auburn muffed it, and we ended up picking it up and scoring a touchdown a few plays later. So Alabama has been very consistent scoring touchdowns on offense here tonight.
Trayshawn Holden and Corey Brooks are split wide right. Tight end to the left side, Robbie Utes will shift to the right side of the formation. Bryce Young will go with play action, get it to Brooks, trying to break a tackle on the little bubble screen. He'll get near the 40-yard line. It'll be second and short from right there. Picks up good yardage, but it was 1 block away maybe from going to the house.
It was. We had the numbers over there. Auburn's defenders were able to hang on the blocks just long enough where they could get some help coming over, but we definitely good play design where we had the numbers on the edge.
Second time we've run that play with Utes shifting over and becoming the extra blocker on the edge there for Brooks. Now Young with Utes offset to the left side. We'll have Jace McClellan go to his right as he operates from the pistol formation. Play clock under 10, claps his hands, now gets the snap, hands it off McClellan left side. He'll fight forward, he'll get about 3 yards, and that'll be enough for another bank first down for the Crimson Tide. Their 14th, check that, I'm sorry, the 20th in the ball game for Alabama, the 13 for Auburn.
Pretty good right there from Bryce. Saw the blitz coming from the right side, changed the play, ran to the other side, the left side to pick up the first down and move the chains.
21 officially in terms of first downs for Alabama now. 3 wideouts right for the Crimson Tide. As Young will get the snap, he will hand it off. McClellan, a slight hesitation, now bursts through to the 45, and he'll get to the 46 of the Crimson Tide. Another nice first down pickup, and this has been about as old school a game. Now look, there have been some wrinkles, there have been some passes, a little shoving going on right now. But by and large, it's been more old school football than what we've seen in any other game this year.
Yeah, the difference today, Auburn 213 yards on the ground, Alabama only 125, but 303 through the air for Bryce compared to only 55 for Auburn. So we've been able to maintain our balance pretty effectively so far here through 2.5 quarters.
Tyler Booker in the game at right guard for the Crimson Tide. As Bama will look to throw. They got a man wide open, but the pass from Young a little too high for Jahmyr Gibbs. He had him in the flat. Beautiful call right there, but Alabama just couldn't quite execute it.
Oh, it was a free release out of the backfield. Jameer Gibbs on the right side of Bryce. Latu comes in motion, and Gibbs is uncovered. His linebacker blitzes, doesn't bail with him, and Bryce just a little too much heat on it, a little too high for Gibbs to reel it in.
Bama 5 of 7 on third downs. This will be 3rd and 7 right here. Prentice goes wide to the left side. 1 of 3 wideouts there for the Crimson Tide. Single setback Gibbs. Bryce looking to throw across the middle. That is incomplete. Trying to connect with Trayshawn Holden, but couldn't hang on to it. Bama missed an opportunity right there. That was a drive that should have gotten at least another set of downs, and Bryce just patted himself on the chest and said, "My fault, guys. Both of those are on me."
Well, I think the first one, or the second down play was all on him to Gibbs, but this next one, Holden coming to the left side, crossing to the right. Got to reel that in. It was a perfect pass right on the money. It was in traffic. Would have been probably a big hit, but just a drop from Holden, which would have moved the chains on third down.
Keontae Scott deep for Auburn. Heels on his own 10-yard line. James Vernup on the punt for Alabama, and he just gets that one away under heavy pressure. Over-end kick. It will take a bounce. It will be picked up at the 10-yard line and returned up near the 20. A very late response by Keontae Scott. Very aggressive, though, and he saved his team about 9 yards on that play by doing so. Actually, about 11 yards as they spot him at the 21. Timeout on the field as Alabama has a 42-21 lead with 6:31 remaining here in the third quarter on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
You mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with 0 sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Some of the best sounds you'll ever hear are generic. Safe. Effective. Even money-saving. Just like FDA-approved generic drugs. Even if they don't come in the exact same color or shape as their brand name equivalents, they have the same key ingredients and go through a rigorous review process. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist today and visit fda.gov/generic drugs. Generics are safe, effective, and can save you money. You'll like the sound of that.
Unused prescription opioid pain medicines can spell trouble. They can spell risk if taken by someone they weren't prescribed for, harm if accidentally taken by a child or pet, or overdose if they're not used as directed. Safely dispose of opioids before they can hurt your family. Find a drug take-back option such as medicine drop boxes. You may find these in your community at local pharmacies or police stations. Visit www.fda.gov/drug disposal.
Hey, don't forget, Hey Coach Live from Baumhower's Victory Grill will be moving to Monday nights beginning a week from Monday. That's December 5th. Hey Coach airing Mondays from 6 to 7 over the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Hey Coach is presented by Alpha Insurance. That is because the final edition of Crimson Tide Rewind airs this Monday at the Vestavia location of Baumhower's Victory Grill. Roger Hoover, Corey Reamer will have that for you Monday night at Baumhower's in Vestavia. Handoff right side for Auburn. Bixby cutting it back up. He'll get 7 or 8 on first down. Second and a couple upcoming, and you do not want to give up a score here late in the third quarter and let Auburn make this a 2-score game heading to the fourth.
No, and Christian, it seems like Auburn's still productive in the running game, especially on first and second down. How do we slow that down?
Just got to do a good job of running sideline to sideline when they do these perimeter runs. And when there's a quarterback behind one, you got to make sure you make that guy pay. You don't want that quarterback to feel confident enough to run the football.
Bixby still in the backfield. In fact, he is going to take the direct snap. He'll cut it back left side. He'll get a first down before getting stacked up. A gain of 3.5 or 4. Deontay Lawson supplying the hit. They had put Ashford out wide right and left Bixby all alone for the Wildcat formation there. And he is able to make it another first down for the Tigers, this time from their 34.
Yeah, Auburn still keeping it on the ground, though. 23 rushes so far, only 17 pass attempts. Alabama's going to find a way to stop this rushing attack for Auburn.
Empty set at the moment with only the quarterback, Robbie Ashford. He's got Bigsby split wide left at the moment, 1 of 2 to that side of the formation. Quarterback keep, he'll run it left side. Ashford getting to the edge, cutting up 40, and gets out of bounds near the 44-yard line. Auburn very comfortable and confident in who they are and what they're doing right now.
Yeah, nothing fancy. Run and then run again and then run some more. And like Christian said, not any really hits, so to speak, of on Robbie Ashford. So the quarterback runs it down and becomes running back. You got to make it pay. You'll get some big hits on him because right now he's running free. 6 rushes, 85 yards on the night for Ashford.
From their own 44-yard line, the Tigers will operate from the pistol. They've got a man to the right side of the formation, or to the right side of the quarterback. That's Hunter, but he'll be a lead blocker as Ashford will cut it up. He'll get into Bama territory, and then he gets upended by DeMarco Helms on a nice play at the 46-yard line, but it'll be another first down for the Tigers as Bama is not slowing down this run game very much.
No, they're not, but Alabama up 42-21, 2:18 left to go here in the third. This game is getting very short for the Auburn Tigers.
Marion Latham into the ball game for Alabama. Dallas Turner on the exercise bike on the Alabama sidelines at the moment. Whatever injury forced him to leave still has him on the sideline. They almost missed the handoff, but finally got it in the belly of Jarquez Hunter, and he's going to push forward for a gain of a couple on the play. It'll be second and actually 6.5 or 7. Got better yardage than I thought, which tells me if they'd gotten a clean handoff, they would have been a big gainer.
Yeah, it was third time of the game, I think there's been a bad snap from Auburn that's led to a less than better play than they could have had. Right there, Alabama got a little break with that bad snap of only getting 2 yards on that first down play.
Sean Murphy, one of the linebackers, in now for Alabama on 2nd and 7 for the Tigers. Ashford getting the snap, looking, firing downfield. He's got a man down there, but he overthrows the intended receiver, Omari Kelly, the trustful Alabama native. Was defended well by Brian Branch, but he had room, and a pass on the money likely would have resulted in a score.
Well, Murphy's in the game because Toe is on the sideline getting attended to by Ginger Carlson, so it looked like he might have had a nosebleed or something. But Alabama not with our starter units out in the game right now.
So Chris Braswell in the game along with Brian Branch. 3rd down and 7 upcoming for the Tigers. They've got to get to the Bama 36. They'll run it left side. They will get to the 40, and they will get near that 36-yard line. Once again, Jarquez Hunter on the carry. They've been effective between the tackles, but when they get to the edge, very tough to stop with their speed. Looks like it's enough to move the chains for another Auburn first down.
Yeah, Auburn's doing a really good job of keeping the edge where Alabama cannot get contained.
Runner was down beyond the line to gain. The previous play is under review.
He's going to be short about a half yard. He's going to make 4th down and a half yard to go for Auburn. Definitely go for it.
It's a big call right here. 2 reasons. One means obviously not just yet, if it does get overruled, not a fresh set of downs. It also, and yeah, the ball clearly went down about a foot shy, half yard shy. But Christian, Alabama's also in a spot where they needed to get over there, take a deep breath, talk some things over, and desperately need to stop right here to stop this Tiger momentum.
That's right, Chris. You don't want these guys getting momentum. You know, we're up 3 scores right now.
After further review, the runner is ruled down at the 36.5-yard line. That's short of the line to gain. Therefore, it'll be 4th down.
Go ahead and finish your thought, Christian.
Yeah, we just don't want these guys to get momentum. You know, they're gaining confidence running the football right now. Their quarterback, Ashford, is doing a great job on the ground, and he's building his own confidence. So it's big to get a stop right here and put an end to this drive, and hopefully let the offense get back on the field and then go out there and put some more points on the board.
Yeah, Ashford only 9 of 18 for 55 yards and a score, but he's also got 7 carries for 95 more and 2 touchdowns in this ball game. Huge 4th down upcoming right here at the Alabama, or just inside the Alabama 37. They've got to get to the 36. Tigers will hurry to the line of scrimmage. 3 men in the backfield. Ashford will go play action. He'll run. He'll try to get to the edge. He will. He'll get a first down. He'll get more before he gets out of bounds at the 31-yard line of Alabama. So a 1st and 10. They went speed rather than power, and it pays off.
How about that play call? Get the jumbo to the right, fakes the dive underneath, and then it's just a foot race to the edge. He outruns Deontay Lawson for the first down, but that was just, hey, we're going to get our best player of the ball in his hands and see if he can outrun the whole defense, and that's exactly what Robbie Asher did.
It was an odd-looking formation with where they had the running backs as the final 30 seconds of the third quarter are beginning to wind down, but it was by design to get the numbers in their advantage, and it certainly paid off. 1st and 10 Tigers. Ashford keeping it himself, and he's going to be tripped up. That is a great play by Henry To'o fighting off the tackler and getting, or the blocker, getting Ashford to the turf as the final play of the third quarter has taken place. We're heading to the final 15 minutes. 42-21, Alabama leading Auburn. Tigers with the ball when we come back here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Red Diamond knows that prepping for the perfect holiday meal isn't always easy. From making sure there's an option for your cousin Steve from Chicago,
I require a plant-based diet,
to making sure your father-in-law's favorite is on the table.
Boiled Brussels sprouts? Gross.
The holidays can be hard. Thankfully, you've got fresh brewed Red Diamond iced tea. It's the perfect sip of pure perfection that always brings people together. Red Diamond. Perfect, not easy.
Crimson Tide football lives here. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Are you thinking about buying medicine online? A search for online pharmacies yields more than 20 million results. But which ones can you trust? Medicines bought from unlicensed online pharmacies can be dangerous. You may get a fake drug, your condition may get worse, or you may experience a bad reaction. Don't put your health at risk. To learn how to find an online pharmacy that's safe and legal, visit fda.gov/BeSafeRx. A message from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration.
We all want our kids to grow up safe and healthy, so we show them how. With honest conversations that let them know what we expect. That's especially important when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. And when it comes to pain medications, opioids, they need to know that they should never be shared with friends or family. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
And our scoreboard update brought to you live by the folks at Alabama Power. I'm Brian Houseworth. Right now in the third quarter, Civil War. Bo Nix, 2 touchdown throws. Number 9 Oregon leading Oregon State 31-17. Carolina beating Clemson today in Death Valley, and number 4 TCU leading Iowa State 34-7 in the third quarter. Let's send you back to Brian Denny and Chris Stewart.
Houseworth, thank you so very much. We do have 15 minutes to go, and it's brought to you by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. With zero sugar and refreshingly delicious, is Coca-Cola Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Well, find out for yourself. It's time for our third quarter recap presented by Auto Owners Insurance. 432 yards total offense for Alabama, 307 of that through the air. Auburn 316 total, 261 coming on the ground. They've been penalized 7 times for 34 yards. Bama 7 penalties, but for a total of 70 yards, 21 first downs for Bama, 17 for the opponents. They're 4 of 9 on third downs. Alabama 5 of 8. The Crimson Tide averaging 18 yards per completion. Auburn just 6. That Auto Owners third quarter recap brought to you by Auto Owners Insurance. Proud to support the Crimson Tide this season. Visit rolltide.com/auto-owners to partner with an independent Alabama agent who can provide local, personalized expertise today. All right, quarterback, what's it going to take to finish this thing off?
Well, we got to try to slow down Auburn's rushing attack. They're averaging 9 yards a carry to our 5 yards per carry. And right now, it's been Robbie Ashford. He's got 101 yards on the 9. Jarquez Hunter right behind him with 97. So Alabama, I think, doing a good job of shortening this ball game, right? We'll take big, long drives, but now we're getting close to the red zone. Keep him out of the end zone, force him to kick field goals.
Tank Bigsby to the left of Robbie Ashford as the Tigers work 2nd down and 10. Bigsby leaves an empty backfield as he splits wide right. They've got 4 men there. He may have gone early. He did, and that'll be a penalty on the Tigers, and it's a huge procedure penalty right there.
Offense number 4. 5-yard penalty. That remains 2nd down.
Well, the Auburn coaching staff was so upset because, JP, they knew they had the ISO they wanted on Bigsby, and he just went a little early.
Can't do that. That's against the rules.
That's
not fair. That's what you're constantly trying to do with these motions and shifts, is getting matchups, get numbers, and then get defenses to try to blow the coverages. Auburn had it lined up and just couldn't hold in there long enough.
8 penalties, 39 yards against the Tigers. Jay Fair, Shedrick Jackson, 2 wide out, split left. They've got 2 men wide right as well. Quick pitch to the right side, bobbled, but held onto by Bigsby. He gets knocked out of bounds. It'll be 3rd down and a bunch upcoming for the Tigers.
Deontay Lawson right there. And Christian said it. How do we stop this running game? Well, you got to get sideline to sideline because they've been really good on the perimeter. And right there, he tracked it from his inside linebacker position. Got around the block of the wide receiver and made the tackle. 3rd and 15 coming up here for Auburn. Big situation right here in the game for Alabama.
Dallas Turner back into the game. That's a very good sign for the Crimson Tide. Got him in real pass rush situations. Jamarian Latham in on that defensive front as well for the Crimson Tide. It is 3rd down and 13 upcoming for Auburn with 14:26 left to go, and Bama up 42-21. Ashford will keep it himself. Ashford will get inside the 30, and Ashford will be pulled down just inside the 25 at the 23-yard line, and a face mask is going to be called right here, I believe, on the Crimson Tide, and that should give him a 1st down.
Yeah, just Brian Branch as Robbie Ashford's trying to fight for the 1st down and getting within a yard or 2 of that. I think Branch was guilty of pulling his face mask, trying to hold on and keep him short of the 1st down.
Face mask, defense number 14. Half the distance to the goal, and an automatic 1st down.
You know, and it's not just the number of penalties, Christian, but the timing of penalties can be so devastating, and that's certainly been the case a couple of times for Alabama.
That's right, Chris. And you got to do a better job, being more disciplined. But, it is what it is. You got to play the next play like Coach Saban says and just do your best to keep them out of the end zone and hopefully force them to a field goal.
So the Tide had it. Go ahead,
we had a good defense right there. We had Toto on the zone, but he just got blocked up.
Bigsby in the Wildcat formation from the 11. Oh, they moved again. Auburn couldn't hold their water. Alabama's crowd making so much noise here at Bryant-Denny Stadium. It's definitely having an impact, although Auburn is claiming that Bama forced them to jump. They are pointing that
Offside.
direction.
Defense number 31.
Wow.
A movement by the defense caused the offense to react. The penalty is 5 yards. It remains 1st down.
They get Will Anderson. And you heard the explanation from Ken Williamson, and Will's going, come on. Oh, Will barely flinched. He didn't even go into the neutral zone.
No, I agree.
And he was drawn off by John Samuel Schinker, clearly moved on that play.
Off of Will's movement, but he didn't get into the neutral zone to draw that flag.
Again, Wildcat formation, Bigsby right side, trying to get to the edge, stacked up, run out of bounds, and that will set up a 2nd and 5 for the Tigers. They can get a 1st down inside the 2 without getting a touchdown.
13:34, 2nd down and 5 for Auburn. So we'll take this time taking off as the clock starts back. Will Anderson on that tackle kind of ticked off after the last penalty they got called against him.
He basically took Schinker into Bigsby and just shoved him out of bounds with Schinker. So 2nd and 5 for the Tigers from the Alabama 6, actually the 7. And that ball is going to go down at the 11-yard line. Bigsby bobbled it and took a knee, did he not?
Right, it was Robbie Ashford, another low snap, and he goes to pick it up, and his knee's already on the ground. Huge tackle for our loss right there for Auburn.
Yeah, they had both Bigsby and Ashford in the backfield. They were by each other, but it was Ashford who dropped it. And, yeah, as he picked up the ball, he realized, uh-oh, my knee's on the ground.
It wasn't that bad of a snap. It was about belt high, a little bit to the left.
He's an infielder. He's got to make that play.
He was, exactly. But the running back was so tight to him, he goes down to make the play. And now 3rd and 5 comes a 3rd and 9 for Auburn.
Technically 3rd and 8, as they'll spot it just outside the 10. They'll run left side. No, they'll throw. Ball is going to be knocked away. DeMarco Helms able to get the left hand in front of John Samuel Schinker without grabbing him with the right arm. And now the Tigers will have to go for it on 4th down. Oh, they're going to take the points right here with 12:23 to go.
Well, nonetheless, great play by DeMarco Helms. Tight ends coming from the right side on a crosser. Robbie Ashford fakes the toss to the right and then pulls up, throws to the left. And DeMarco Helms not fooled a bit.
Trying to make it 42-24. They will bring a man in right side for protection, but they will have what will be a 27-yard field goal. Thought we had whistles, and we do. Delay a game. It's going to back this one up. It was about to be a 27-yard field goal.
Delay a game. Offense. 5-yard penalty.
32 yards, still nothing at all for Alex McPherson, who had a 51-yarder against Western Kentucky a week ago. This guy in high school had a 61-yarder at Fort Payne High School up in North Alabama. He could probably make this left-footed in terms of distance, but he'll try it with the right leg from 32. The hold from Oscar Chapman. Jacob Quattlebaum is the snapper. Snap, spot, kick. Ball with plenty of leg, and it is good. And the Tigers get points on this drive, and they do make it a 42-24 ball game. 12:18 remaining here in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Still the lead over Auburn, but the Tigers trying to whittle it away when we come back on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
I'm Brad Bohannon, and I'm an organ donor.
I'm Ashley Johnston, and I'm an organ donor.
I'm Patrick Murphy, and I'm an organ donor.
I'm Nate Oates, and I'm an organ donor.
I'm Nick Saban, and I'm an organ donor.
And I'm John Parker Wilson. I'm also an organ donor. Saving a life has never been easier. You can register online at legacyofhope.org. Give the gift of life. Be an organ donor.
Become an organ donor and save a life today. Learn more at legacyofhope.org.
The Crimson Tide plays here. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
We all make choices about alcohol. Kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad. Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Hey, remind me about that party again?
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations, and they want honest answers in everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. Learn more at underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Meet Ed, movie buff, animal lover, safe driver.
5 years of driving an ambulance teaches you a thing or two. If people knew what I know, lives could be saved. When I see a car trying to rush past a turning bus, I get concerned. You see, when big vehicles turn right, they have to swing wide to make the turn. And that's a lesson you don't want to learn the hard way. When trucks and buses turn, let's you and I wait.
It's our roads. It's our safety. Visit www.sharetheroadsafely.gov.
Alabama's not been able to get an interception yet, but do want to remind you that Chick-fil-A restaurants in Alabama donate $2,000 to Children's of Alabama for every interception. That's because they are Picks for Kids partners. We've had 5 interceptions, $10,000 donated so far this year for Children's of Alabama. Thank you to Chick-fil-A locations throughout the state for their wonderful support of Children's of Alabama once again this year. Again, beware of the onside as Auburn will kick it away And it'll be Jahmyr Gibbs with the rain now falling at Bryant-Denny, getting it at the 5 to the 20 to the 25 and brought down at the 27-yard line. 1st and 10 Alabama from there after a 22-yard return on the part of Jahmyr Gibbs. And now if you're Alabama, you've run the ball effectively at times. How much does the light amount of rain that's fallen, if any, affect what you try to do on offense right here?
Passing the ball, none at all. The wind's still dying. We got no wind to speak of. We get some wind gusts in the forecast, but right now, just the rain. So continue to throw the ball, run your whole offense. Right now, 307 yards through the air through Bryce. Right now, it's about picking up first downs and keeping the ball in Alabama, moving the chains.
Jace McClellan, single setback, will get the handoff. He'll run right side. He'll break one tackle. He'll fight through another, and he'll work hard to get a yard and a half. Marcus Harris almost got it. The transfer from Kansas. Tigers seeing Alabama get a yard and a half, almost 2 on that play. 2nd and 8 upcoming, we'll call it, for the Crimson Tide.
Bryce just taking his time right now. 11:42 in the 4th.
You let it get down well under 10. 14 on the play clock now. Now they snap it at 11. Bryce looking, a lot of time across the middle. Catch made, Latu knocks one man down, gets to the 46, moved the chains on a bank first down. Cameron Latu made the catch and then made somebody pay.
Latu got to get involved. Robbie Oots already 2 catches on the night. And right there, Latu on an in route. Perfect throw from Bryce. And then Latu lowers his shoulder, delivers the big hit.
Not certain. I think that's Jalen Simpson, who made a bad business decision in trying to make that tackle on Latu across the middle. Timeout on the field will break as well with 11:24 to go. 42-24, Alabama still leading Auburn right here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
You mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with 0 sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
Alabama football lives here.
Touchdown, Alabama!
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Here at Payless Drugs, we continue to be just what the doctor ordered. We know getting the medicine you need is especially important during these unique times. And for your safety and convenience, we offer a drive-through at every location. Plus, we have prescription delivery and contactless pickup at all locations. Now's the time to take care of your immunization needs. Stop by any of our convenient locations today.
Just what the doctor ordered. Payless Drugs.
I've been driving trucks for a long time. Safety is my #1 priority. I know that my truck has huge blind spots. That's why I remember to check my mirrors often for smaller vehicles. Everyone can help keep our roads safe. Next time you're behind the wheel, try to avoid lingering in those blind spots. It can be dangerous. Let's all plan to share the road safely. Learn how at www.sharetheroadsafely.gov.
Attendance figures courtesy of ATIX, the official attendance for today's game. 100,077 here at Bryant-Denny Stadium. ATIX, the proud sponsor of the game's attendance. ATIX says thanks to all our ticket-holding Crimson Tide fans and our ticket-using Crimson Tide fans as well. Jahmyr Gibbs in the backfield. 1st and 10 Alabama. Isaiah Bond goes in motion right side. The handoff to Gibbs. He will work his way forward into Auburn territory. Brought down at the Tigers 48 after a gain of 5 or 6 on the play.
So we need right there. Keep it going. 11 minutes left in the 4th. How about Alabama on the last defensive drive? It was almost 8 minutes. They went 15 plays, 8 minutes, and they able to get a field goal on the board. So huge time eater from there. Alabama's offense trying to do the same here on this drive. Just eat up as much clock as you possibly can.
Vaughn goes to the right side of the formation, joining Burton. There are two men there, one wide left. Gibbs in the backfield, handoff to him, trying to get to the edge, left side, does. Cuts it back inside the 45, down to the 42-yard line, move the sticks again on a make first down. Tyler Booker, a nice job running interference to spring him for that first down pickup.
Yeah, and our offensive line has played well all night long. No sacks for Bryce. He's had all day throwing, but 139 total yards rushing for Alabama so far, and this is when you got to have them. We call this hammer time. You just hammer the game out.
Jace McClellan replacing Jahmyr Gibbs in the backfield right now. Oots, the tight end, will go left. Young will throw to Oots again. He's a receiving machine. He's got a first down. He's inside the 30 to the 29. You can't stop him. You can only hope to contain him. Robbie Oots with his third catch today. Two of them officially in the book.
And over 10 yards after the catch.
Oh, yeah.
This guy's getting upfield, becoming a weapon for Alabama, setting up the screen right there. And as Robbie Oots goes to do his lead block, he just leaks out the back, and he's wide open for Bryce to find up for the first down.
12-yard pickup to make first down. Tyler Harrell going in motion right side. Handoff goes to McClellan. Stutter step move inside the 25 and brought down there. It will be second down and about 5 upcoming for Alabama from that spot.
Everybody getting involved. It was a nice run. Jason looking to go outside, couldn't get the edge, cuts it back, and this has been our best effort, I think, of the season of rushing the ball on first downs, getting 4, 5, 6 yards a carry on first down, which has just opened up the entire offense.
Nearing 150 yards rushing total in the game for Alabama as Gibbs is back in the game. Hand off to him. Gets to the edge right side. Gets rocked down, though, as he gets inside the 25 to the 23, For the angle we had, JP, if he could have gotten to the 20, he was going to get to the pylon.
Yeah, Caleb Wood, the safety, came down from his spot and really saved the touchdown. Gibbs had the edge. Auburn safety comes down, makes a nice open field tackle to bring him down, set up third down for Alabama.
3rd and 3 for the Crimson Tide. Bama's 5 of 8 on third down conversion attempts today. With Gibbs to the right of Bryce Young. Play clock getting down to 10 seconds. Bama will let it tick down some more. They'll bring Latu in tight to the right side. They'll snap it at 5. Bryce looking, firing, catch made. Law inside the 20 to the 17-yard line. Check that, Isaiah Bond able to make the grab. Move those sticks again. Bank first down inside the Chick-fil-A red zone. And Bama on the march once again.
Perfect pocket once again. That's becoming redundant for Alabama's passing game tonight. Bond comes to the left side. Just talking about a 3-yard drag route. Man-to-man coverage, and this guy's so quick. Gets the step and picks up the first down.
Harrell wide left, 2 men wide right for Alabama with Gibbs in the backfield. Handoff goes to him. Jahmyr trying to get to the edge, slipped down. Slipped on the turf that has become just a little bit slick. Christian, it hasn't rained a lot, but just enough to make that surface a little bit slippery.
That's right, Chris. It's definitely slippery right now, so these guys need to make sure they're careful putting that foot in the ground. And I'm sure the training staff's going to do a good job making sure they have the right cleats and the right spikes in. That way they can get traction.
Worry about your footing, but even more so for Alabama right now. Hanging on to that football, up 42-24. Midway through the 4th and final quarter here of the 2022 regular season. Young gets the snap, firing right side, catch is made, spinning inside the 15. A flag comes in late. Isaiah Bond is the man who made that grab, and we'll see what the penalty flag is for. In the area of a hold, would you not think, JP?
Yeah.
Holding, offense number 65. 10-yard penalty in the previous spot. 3 second down.
It's on J.C. Latham. Boy, that is so tough because that was a quick pass. Was it
a quick game? It was. Got out of his hands extremely quick. Coming from the right tackle position. Well, it was a good call because the pass rusher, Derek Hall, goes it out and then underneath. And Latham has to basically tackle him to get him knocked to Bryce. Good call right there.
10th penalty, almost 100 yards in Alabama today. It is second down and 20 now for the Crimson Tide. Bryce with an empty backfield, 3 wideouts left, including the tight end, Cameron Latu. Bryce looking that direction, firing across the middle. It's intercepted. Picked off by Auburn as he was trying to go to Latu, but they had a linebacker who looked like he was sitting home. It was Owen Papo who will get the pick. That is the first interception for Papo this year. But Alabama misses out on an opportunity to get points with 6:36 to go that would have iced this one and then some, up 42-24 as it is.
Yeah, now you give hope to Auburn, I think.
Oh, they're going to look at it. They are going to review this one. And judging from the reaction, this one may get overturned. Ooh, that would be awfully nice. Again, each official review is brought to you by My Eye Doctor.
Running on the field was an intercepted pass. The previous plays under review.
My Eye Doctor has 20 convenient locations to fit your busy schedule. They don't want you to miss a single play this season. Eye care and eyewear really are better together at My Eye Doctor. Visit myeyedr.com to learn more. Wow, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but Bryce Young has just moved to second on the all-time passing yards list at the University of Alabama. He trails A.J. McCarron by about 1,000 yards, but he has just moved past my broadcast partner, John Parker Wilson. It's part of getting old, brother.
I'm still on the podium, though.
Look, man, you're on the podium. You've just gone from gold to bronze in the last 10 years.
I'll take it. With those two ahead of me, that's pretty good company right there.
Before that, though, so did you understand? I know you'd have traded it all for a national championship, but did you understand? Holy cow, I'm the all-time leading passer in Alabama football history with all the names that have come through there. For a kid who grew up in this state, that's unbelievable.
Yeah, you talk about meaning a lot. It did. And, you know, we had some pretty good seasons. We had some pretty good receivers and talent around us, and we were lucky enough to put up a ton of yards and lucky enough for most of those yards and records to be broken. So I love to see it, and we got some good company and Bryce getting it done. You know, maybe we get him another year out of me and give him a chance to break AJ's record.
You know what I'm thinking. I know what you're thinking. Dear Lord, if I'd had Julio Jones for 4 years, how many yards would I have? Oh, my God. How many would I have if I had that guy for 4 years?
Julio was pretty special, wasn't he?
Good night.
He was better than most, indeed.
No question about that.
DJ Hall had Keith Brown, too. We had some good wideouts. But you know what? When Papo was making that interception on the field, it looked to me like he laid on top of it longer than you typically would on making an interception.
Like he was trying to
like he was bobbling it as he was going down. They're taking a long time to look at this.
After further review, the ruling on the field stands. First down, Auburn.
So they couldn't overturn it. It is Auburn football, and with 6:36 remaining, the Tigers still have hope. And the reaction from Papo on the sidelines as he's put the camera on him. He is the cat that swallowed the canary. He feels like maybe. Oh, yeah.
Whatever you say.
Yep.
But, you know, Auburn last drive went 15 plays, 73 yards. Alabama to keep them out of the end zone and force a field goal. So trying to do that here again. 6:36 left to go in the fourth.
So Auburn now with 1st and 10 inside their own 20-yard line. They'll run it left side with Hunter, and he will get stacked up there. It'll be 2nd and long. 2nd and actually a loss of a yard on the play. So 2nd and 11 for the Tigers.
And Alabama will take this all day long, especially here in the second half. Auburn's only attempted 3 passes. They're 1 of 3 here in the second half. They're going to keep it on the ground and down 24-42 for Alabama leading right now. This is exactly where we want them.
Hunter in the backfield. The toss to him, trying to get to the edge. Bama trying to get numbers over there, and they do. He'll pick up about 3.5 or 4 on the play. Brian Branch made the stop for Alabama, the first player there to make the stop. Auburn now 4 of 11 on 3rd down conversion attempts. We'll have 3rd and 7.5 or 8 right here.
But it's such good pursuit that time from Henry Toto, catching the edge, keeping the contain. He forces Hunter to go back inside, then Branch can make the tackle.
3rd down Tigers, 5.5 to go. Operating from just outside their own 20-yard line. Pistol formation. Ashford trying to run, gets brought down. It was a quarterback draw. They've had success with that today, but not right there. The Bama defense, Christian Miller gets the job done.
Really cool moment right there. Dallas Turner was standing right next to me right before the play. He said, watch Braswell come home right here. And look who finished it right there. Chris Braswell. Dallas Turner called it right before the play call. So really impressive insight by Dallas Turner, giving me a heads up. And great play by Chris Braswell right there, getting him on field on third down.
And a great catch by our Cooks Pest Control sideline reporter as well. Thank you, Christian. 4th and 7. The last hurrah for the Tigers. They're going to go for it here, and I think Alabama used a timeout.
Alabama, first timeout this half.
Bama wanted to make sure they had everybody in the right spot, and we'll give them time to do that as we step aside with 4:39 to go. Little Dixieland delight on an Alabama Saturday night. Trying to finish it right here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Is bone and joint pain making simple tasks difficult? Don't just live with it. Talk to an orthopedic specialist at Ascension St. Vincent's. Options are available from physical therapy to minimally invasive surgery, which may mean faster recovery and less pain. By listening to understand you, your doctor takes a personalized approach to your care. Appointments are available, and we're here for second opinions too. So don't delay. Schedule at ascension.org/St. Vincent's AL Ortho.
Crimson Tide football lives here. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
I found hope in the midst of an overwhelming situation.
Alcoholism is a disease that can affect any family. Everyone suffers, but there is help and hope at Al-Anon Family Groups.
Al-Anon gave me my life back. I'm a better father and husband.
Are you in an overwhelming situation because of someone else's drinking? Al-Anon and Alateen can help. Local and virtual meetings are available. Maybe one could work for you. Call 1-866-200-0033 or visit alanon.org/hope.
Medicaid and CHIP offer free or low-cost health coverage for children and teens. Hospital and doctor visits, prescriptions, shots, and more are covered. That's peace of mind for parents if a child is sick or gets injured. And parents may now be eligible for Medicaid too, even if they've applied in the past. Enrollment is always open. Visit InsureKidsNow.gov or call 1-877-KIDS-NOW. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
When we wrap things up here in Tuscaloosa, we'll then have the region's 5th quarter show and Coach Saban's press conference live. That's all powered by Tri-Green Equipment. Chris Stewart filling in for Eli, John Parker Wilson to my right. Roger Hoover will be driving post-game coverage with JP as the Crimson Tide tries to finish this one off against Auburn. 4th down and 8 for the Tigers. They operate from just across their own 20-yard line. They've got to get to the 28. Tigers snap it to Ashford. Pressure coming, and he goes down, and so does the ball. He is scrambling now in the end zone. He's trying to fire. He does, and that ball is going to be incomplete. Wow. He was trying to run. As he got hit, he lost the football. He scampered back into the end zone to pick it up, then fired a pass that was incomplete on the near boundary. The officials are talking this one over. And have fun with this one, boys. I thought he was down twice, but I don't get a vote. And I'll admit I am completely biased.
Yeah, you're exactly right, though.
Illegal substitution on defense. 12 in the formation with the ball is leaving the snap.
Goodness.
5-yard penalty for the previous spot. Repeat 4th down.
After all that, we didn't have the right number of men on the field, and we got to give them a 4th and 3.
Didn't see that one coming.
No.
Such a good play from DJ Dale to get in the backfield, to knock the ball out of Robbie Ashford's hands, and then getting off the field on 4th down, and here it is. Got to do it again for Alabama.
Changes their playbook, though.
Absolutely. 4th and 3 now for Auburn. Probably keep the ball on the ground. Let Bigsby or Hunter or even Robbie Ashford run the ball and pick this one up.
Kind of stuff, though, that's hurt Alabama all year. What is that, 12 penalties now on the day?
11 for 103.
So 4th down. 2.5 to go for the Tigers. The snap to Ashford. He'll keep it himself. He's got a first down. He's got more. He stays on his feet. He gets spun around. He stays on his feet. He gets to the Crimson Tide 45-yard line before being knocked out of bounds.
30-yard pickup right there for Robbie Ashford on 4th down and
3 yards.
So now 4:12 left to go for Alabama. Still up huge, but you got to slow down Auburn a little bit. It's rushing.
Operating now from the Tide 44. Quick pitch to the left side. They go to Hunter, and he'll get cut down on the edge, but not until he picks up about 5 yards, maybe 6, and gets out of bounds, stopping the clock with 4 minutes to go in the ball game. Chris Braswell credited with the stop. 42-24, Alabama with the 18-point lead, but a lot of fight still left in the Tigers.
And Eli Ricks, Kool-Aid McKinstry, you got to keep your head in the game right here because Auburn's done nothing but run the ball in the second half, but you still got to be aware of the pass.
Second down and 3.5, they'll call it. Ashford to fire, and that one is going to be caught at the Alabama 25. Shedrick Jackson making the grab. Jackson knocked out of bounds, but they'll move the chains again. Kool-Aid made the stop, but not until they get to the Alabama 25. It'll be 1st and 10 from there with 3:27 to go. They'll throw to Hunter out of the backfield, and he will be breaking a tackle and fight his way forward. About a 9-yard gain on that one. Kool-Aid McKinstry almost had him. Henry Toe finally got him to the turf, but not until he gets 9.5 on the play.
3:05 left, though. Clock still ticking. Auburn taking their time. Run these plays.
3 minutes left from the pistol. Ashford looking. Down he goes. Will Anderson credited with the second sack of the game for Alabama. And that will bring the Tigers back to the 23 and run some more precious seconds off the clock.
So Auburn going to take a timeout here. They still got 3 left. 3rd down at 7.
Third 7. They're 4 of 12 on 3rd downs today. From the Alabama 22. Ashford from the pistol. Getting the snap. Looking, scrambling, throwing. Intended for Coy Moore, but it's incomplete, and it'll be 4th down for the Tigers, and they have been in this spot before. They have converted a couple of 4th downs already, including one on this drive. Byron Young is the man who almost got the sack of Ashford back around the 30 or beyond. Come on, fellas. Let's put a cap on this one here. Tigers 2 for 2 on 4th down tries. 2:12 left to go. They've got to get to the 15 to keep the drive alive, and their slim hopes the same. They'll put 3 wideouts to the left side, and a timeout is going to be called, or is that a delay of game? I think they got a timeout just in time, did the Tigers.
Timeout, Auburn.
Timeout on the field. We'll take it as well. 2:10 to go. Bama trying to close it out when we come back on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Red Diamond knows that prepping for the perfect holiday meal isn't always easy. From making sure there's an option for your cousin Steve from Chicago,
I require a plant-based diet,
to making sure your father-in-law's favorite is on the table.
Boiled Brussels sprouts? Gross.
The holidays can be hard. Thankfully, you've got fresh brewed Red Diamond iced tea. It's the perfect sip of pure perfection that always brings people together. Red Diamond. Perfect's not easy.
By now, your daily routine is probably a little too routine. Don't you want to change? Don't you want to start playing by your own rules and escape the routine so your fantasy becomes reality? Where every night is an adventure, where new flavors are ready to be tasted, where it feels like you're a winner. Take a chance. Reward yourself. Make your routine anything but routine. Escape every day at Wind Creek Casino and WindCreekCasino.com.
Here in Tuscaloosa, Saturdays are in the details. It takes the 2-minute drills and the tailgates on the quad. The blitzes, the bombs, and Big Al. Because when anything can happen, every detail counts. Like getting an updated COVID-19 booster. This season, we're reminding Crimson Tide fans to get an updated COVID-19 booster shot designed for recent Omicron variants. Learn about eligibility and schedule an appointment at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Old Dominion Freight Line presents the best move of the game. You know, Old Dominion Freight Line works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to be a partner of the Crimson Tide. Still to be determined what that best move is going to be, JP. We hope it's a move towards the exits by the Bama fans if we can get a stop here on 4th down.
Stop right here at 4th down would definitely do it. Alabama played so good, but Auburn 2 of 2 on 4th down so far in the game. But a situation...
They're going to kick the field goal, or at least show that they're going to kick the field goal with 2:12 to go. Guess they feel like on 4th and 8 points are better than nothing. Then you go try to get an onside kick. So it will be a 39-yard field goal try from the far hash. McPherson waiting on the snap. Gets it. Placement down. Kick is up. Kick has plenty of leg, and the kick is good, and with 2:08 to go, Auburn has made it a 42-27 ball game.
So now it becomes a 2-possession score.
That's right.
With 2:08, down by 15. Try to get the onside kick, get it quick in the end zone, and do it again.
And play the percentages. Smart math.
Yeah.
Right there on the Tigers.
Yeah. It really is. Alabama's, first off, you got to get this ball back.
Yeah.
And after that, Auburn had to burn a timeout right there to avoid the delay of game. So only 2 timeouts left to go for Auburn. They've got it basically, if Alabama gets this onside kick, it's Auburn over.
And I'm fine with that.
And if they don't, then we got to go back to work. And Auburn moved the ball 10 plays, 60 yards on that drive. Took 4:28. That's the thing about Auburn. So far in the second half, that was just their third drive of the, it was their third drive of the second half. Taking huge time off the clock. And Alabama up 42-27 right now, up 15 points. Got to get this onside kick back.
Yep. Butch Owens telling me we got the good hands team out there. Robbie Utes among those. Even though in the middle of the field you've got Crimson Tide going with Malachi Moore, DeMarco Helms. But you've also got guys moving up in a big way. Nobody deep for Alabama right here, and they will kick this one high, and it will be fielded by Alabama. And Ja'Cory Brooks is going down the sideline. He gets bumped out of bounds inside the 25. They'll spot him officially at the 27-yard line. He fielded that when the seas parted, and he said, y'all don't mind me, but I'm headed to the house.
Takes some extra all-purpose yards for Brooks. Wise move, though. There's nobody in front of him. Just takes it down. Picks him about 15 extra yards.
But even smarter when they closed in on him. He did get out of bounds to avoid any hit that might result in the loss of
ball
football.
Security right now. 2:04 left to go. It's all about ball security. Making Auburn burn their timeouts.
So the Crimson Tide will have it 1st and 10 at the Auburn 27-yard line. No designs on scoring unless it just happens. Bama trying to run out this clock. Young will hand it off to Gibbs. He will fight his way forward inside the 25 to the 24-yard line, and Cadillac Williams will indeed call a timeout right here, and the Tigers will have one left.
Timeout, Auburn.
Credit the opposition. They have fired their best shot today. There is no question about that, but also credit Nick Saban's Alabama Crimson Tide. They, after weathering a very early storm, took at the Tigers, built a 42-14 lead. And while Auburn has battled back, they've had to expend a lot of time and energy in doing so. Now down 15 with exactly 2 minutes remaining.
Yeah, and look, I think a lot of that is by design in the second half of know the situations of the game and then just bleeding the clock out. We'll let them go 15 plays, 8 minutes, and take the clock out. I remember when we played Oklahoma in the Orange Bowl a few years ago. We got up to a massive lead. They ended up getting it close in the fourth quarter, but it was by design of, hey, we know what you're trying to do, Auburn. Not going to throw the ball here in the second half. Knew they were going to run the ball, so just played it out and play the time and numbers game. And right now, where we're at, worked out pretty well for Alabama.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Alabama football, 2nd down and 6 from inside the Auburn 25-yard line. Crimson Tide enjoying a 42-27 lead over the Tigers, again with 1:55 on the clock, time left in this ball game. Jahmyr Gibbs in the backfield. Burton goes in motion right, changes direction left. Handoff goes to Gibbs, right side, cuts it back. He's at the 15, he's at the 10, he's in the end zone. Touchdown, Alabama! The exclamation point tacked on by the Tide. A 24-yard run. Jahmyr Gibbs, 48-27 Bama with a $1.48 to go. Ask and you shall receive. There is our best move of the game.
We've seen it so many times this year from Jahmyr Gibbs, and pressing it, and then finding the cutback lane, sticking his foot in the ground, getting north and south for the touchdown. And I think that is the icing on the cake, Chris.
I'm fine with that, partner. Here's Reichard on to tack on what we hope is the 49th point, and that is exactly what it is. Great job by Alabama, taking the wind out of the sails, recovering the onside kick. The return on it by Brooks, and then Alabama able to finish off the drive with the 24-yard touchdown run from Jahmyr Gibbs. 2 plays, 27 yards, and the Tide taking just 12 seconds off the clock. We don't mind in the least. That is your Brombergs scoring drive recap. The 23-yard officially touchdown run from Jahmyr Gibbs gives Bama a 49-27 lead with 1:48 remaining in this ball game.
With the rain still falling here in Tuscaloosa, starting to see some smiles on the sideline of the Crimson Tide. Will Anderson, Bryce Young, everybody else feeling good about what they've done today here at Bryant-Denny Stadium.
Everybody feeling really good, except those that took the under.
Did not. 49-27. Didn't see this one coming. I mean, Alabama putting it up on offense, scored so many points. But I tell you what, Auburn's rushing game has impressed me here tonight. Tank Bigsby, Jarquez Hunter, and Robbie Ashford leading the way. 133 yards for Auburn.
Reichard, another high kick that'll be fielded at the 2-yard line. It will be Alston who gets it across the 20 to about the 25-yard line. That's where they would have started if he called for a fair catch. He just had to work awfully hard for that. And the Tigers will come out for the final 1:41. Alabama able to get the job done on both sides. Special teams really strong today as well. And trying to finish this one off right as Hunter's in the backfield with Ashford at quarterback. He'll roll right side. It'll be a quarterback keep. Trying to get to the edge, and now we'll get knocked out of bounds. A big hit delivered on the part of Henry To'o. Right at the sideline. They've been trying to catch him. They finally hit him hard.
Finally. Robbie Ashford trying to get out of bounds, and To'o just a step quicker right before Ashford's able to get to the sidelines. Puts a big hit on him, only a 1-yard pickup for Auburn.
Damari Alston will check in. Hunter split wide right. Operating under center. Ashford will go on the reverse left side. Giving it to Hunter. He'll change directions, come back right side. Bama trying to get him on the ground, and they do, but not until he crosses midfield and gets to the Alabama 48-yard line. DeMarco Helms saved a touchdown with a stop. I'll tell you what, they've been awfully creative today in that run game, haven't they?
That was the same play they run. It was either a third or fourth down conversion, third and short, where you fake the toss, and then it's kind of reverse to the flanker back. We had it sealed on the reverse side, but we didn't on the original side of the play.
So 1st and 10 after the 27-yard run from the Bama 47. Ashford wanting to throw, has time. Now he has to get out of the pocket and will get to the boundary, and he took that extra quick step when he realized this time it's not Henry Toe, but it's Will Anderson, and I better get out of bounds quick.
Smart guy right there.
I was trying to get out of bounds for it.
He was trying to get out of bounds, and then he saw Will Anderson coming. He's going to pick up the extra burst to get to the sideline.
I'm going to make real sure. 2nd and about 14 for the Tigers. 15 officially with under a minute to go. 57 seconds on the clock. Austin in the backfield. They want to go down the middle. They got a man down there, but it's going to be incomplete. They actually wound up throwing it left side with Shedrick Jackson stopping around the hash mark. Some confusion right there. Kool-Aid and Jordan in coverage for Alabama.
Yeah, Jordan Battle actually closer to the ball than any Auburn wide receiver. Robbie Ashford thought he was going to run the fade to the outside. Actually cut it back to the inside. So lucky break for Auburn that the ball did go to the turf, and now 3rd and 15 coming up for the Tigers.
From their own 48. 52 seconds now left to the ball game. Ashford getting the snap, pressure coming up the middle. Ashford going down. 3rd sack of the day for Alabama as the clock ticks. 40 seconds remaining. Henry Toe with a hit, and Ashford slow to get up, and the clock continues to run. And Auburn without a timeout, and the Tigers will see the seconds tick. And they are slow to get somebody out there. They may have a chance to run one more play, but they're going to have to hurry even to do that. Only 15 seconds left, and they may be taking a standing 8 count right here. 10 seconds to go. Only 6 seconds, only 5, and Auburn says no mas. Check that, delay a game. My mistake, I was looking at the wrong clock. They took the delay, 5 yards, doesn't matter right here. The outcome has been decided. The score has not. Auburn will have one play left, down 49-27. But they went ahead and started the clock. It has hit 0. And Alabama wins Iron Bowl 2022. The Crimson Tide picks up its 10th win. 10-2 on the season with postseason to come. We know it's likely a bowl game. We could upgrade. But most importantly, the Tide gets the win over its arch rival, sending them to 5-7 and wrapping up their year.
Yeah, I thought it was a great game by Alabama, 49-27. Was able to contain Auburn's rushing attack and keep it in check, making them one-dimensional where they had no possibility of throwing the ball. Bryce Young put on the show tonight, 20 of 30, 343 yards, 3 touchdowns, had 1 rushing, had a couple turnovers from defense, and just, I thought probably our best game of the year, coming out against your rival. That's the way to do it.
Christian Miller, I don't know if you can hear me down on the field. If you can, I'd love to get a final thought from you. I know this team would prefer to be making plans to go to Atlanta for an SEC championship game, but winning this one is so big, and you get a chance to play here in this stadium for the last time and walk out a winner.
Oh, it's a great feeling to always win in Bryant-Denny Stadium. And to do it as a senior and then knowing this is your last time, there's probably so many emotions going through their heads. I know there are so many going through mine. I just had a plethora of memories and good times. But to get a big win like that against Auburn, your big rival, last one in Bryant-Denny, I know it's special to these guys, and I'm glad they could do it.
Special to work with you again, Christian. Thanks so much for your great effort as our Cooks Pest Control sideline reporter. Look forward to doing it again very soon. John Parker Wilson, again, 2 plays away from being undefeated, #1 in the country, and knowing that you're going to go to Atlanta next week. Instead, it'll be a case where the Crimson Tide simply tries to play the waiting game, see what happens, but they can leave this stadium tonight knowing they left it all on the field.
Yeah, and I'm really proud of the way this team responded after the loss to LSU. Went on the road against Ole Miss and was able to get a win, and then here close it out. Senior day for a lot of these guys. Big win in Bryant-Denny Stadium against a rival and one of the biggest rivalries in all of sports. And I like the way that this team finished and closed out the season, putting up a fight here against Auburn. And just closing this thing out the right way. And I think it says a lot about this team and the character of them. And sure, they didn't achieve every goal that they had at the beginning of the season, but they finished strong and they finished the right way.
So too did the Alabama fans. There were a lot of questions as to what this may feel like today. The threat of rain, the record, again, a tick below what we had certainly hoped for. But not only did they show up, they showed out. They were heard, they were an impact, and certainly played a large part in helping this team survive an early storm and win this one by a final of 49-27.
Yeah, well, we had one drive, had back-to-back false starts from the Auburn offense, and you could feel it all game long from the very start near pregame warm-ups to the end of the game. This crowd was into it. They didn't care what the record was, or we're not going to Atlanta or what. It was Auburn and the Iron Bowl, and it means a lot.
Bryce Young leaving the field in an Alabama uniform in all likelihood for the final time in Tuscaloosa, saluting the crowd, which is saluting him. Last year's Heisman Trophy winner, as gutty this year as he was great last season, and he helps Alabama to the 49-27 victory in the Iron Bowl. The region's 5th quarter show will come your way next. Roger Hoover and JP will take you through a good bit of that, along with comments from Coach Nick Saban. But Alabama is a winner here today. And Paul Kennedy, I hope you're listening, because the state of Alabama is once again crimson. We're back after this on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
The excitement of our championship teams is in full force. But the battle against COVID-19 isn't finished, as the need to protect our community is still ongoing. I'm Jordan Battle. And I'm Henry Toto. We're here to remind fans across Alabama to protect those around you by getting your COVID-19 vaccine and any boosters. Free vaccinations are available for everyone 6 months and older at county health departments and in retail locations within your communities. Visit alcovidvaccine.gov for more information. Stay safe and roll Tide.
Hey Tide fans, do you need to make some extra room in your living space, basement, or garage? Life Storage can help, offering a variety of spaces and sizes, including traditional or climate controlled. Life Storage has the space for you. Prefer to skip the counter? This Life Storage exclusive 100% online rental offers the only true contact-free storage rental solution. Call 844-LIFE-STORE or visit lifestorage.com for more information. Life Storage. It's your life. Store it with care.
Unbeatable mileage from Chevron with Techron unlocks all kinds of unbeatable trips. Like to family dinner the next town over. Or to a family wedding the next town over. Or even to a family reunion over the river and through the woods at Grandma's house. Any drive is worth it to see Grandma. Especially when you can stop along the way for unbeatable cleaning power from Chevron with Techron. Your engine will be thanking you for making the trip. Download the Chevron app now and find unbeatable mileage near you.
Excuse me, do you know how long